Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Highgate. Win game here at Shepherd's Cock. And it's Muad'Din here, hammering away at a length. Charland right in behind that last one, and we're 15 for none, a Highgate of 3 overs. Reminding all of our listeners around the world, this is a must-win game for Highgate today. They're 9th in the table, in the relegation zone, and with just 4 games left in the season, 12 points from safety. It's 10 points for a win, so a big game, and I think they'll be pleased with the start today. They've won the toss, batting first on what club legend Dick Holly describes as the best wicket in the county, and 15 for no loss here after 3. Ed Atkins to face. So there we have the perennial left-hander. Ed Atkins, a left-hander who's not afraid to share an opinion on the LBW rule and the angles involved for a left-hander. So joining me here in the commentary team is Dick Holly, and just reminding Dick, we're commentating live on what happens, and it will be played on a 30-minute delay. So talk about what's happening here live. You just had an observation on the LBW rule for Ed as a left-hander. What was your observation there?
Well, he's a very tall man, and if he gets a tall forward, it's almost certain it's going to pitch outside leg stump, unless the bowler brings it back sharply.
Thanks, Dick. And do you think the slope comes into play here at all at Highgate with LBW decisions, or is it not as significant as you see at the Lord's cricket ground?
No, it's not. At this top end of the square, it's not that significant. A slight movement away from the left-hander, but not a lot.
Ed watching that one carefully. Gate end.
That means it didn't touch the pad.
Yeah, a wide called there. There was a noise, perhaps Atkins' hands on his thigh pad as he sought to flick that ball away. more evidence there. Decent pace, decent carry on this wicket. Nothing frightening. Known this wicket for rewarding seam bowling with movement, but equally a fast outfield and a small ground if you can bat well.
The outfield is slightly slower in previous years because it's a beautiful lush green. The best I've ever known it. Due to our very wet summer.
Yeah, it's for our watchers in India, you'll be struck by the emerald green colour of this outfield. Helped no doubt by the fertiliser that's been spread over the years by you, Dick Holly, both fertiliser bought in a shop and maybe provided by those sheep that you kept on the ground for a few years too. Goats, sorry. Our viewers in India will be familiar with goats on a cricket field, and you'll be pleased to know it happens in England too.
What's interesting about the outfield is when you see the outfielders in the 100 game or even the Test match, they're ripping up the turf because the groundsman's making sure it's well watered, because otherwise it'd be dangerous for all the diving fielders. They'd have no skin on their arms. That's the way to do it, Jake.
Fully committed there, Sharland, to that off drive in his zone, and happy to commit to it, not worried about it going in the air. It split cover and extra cover, but was above catching height before it reached them, and a couple of bounces and down to the oak tree in the corner for 4 more.
After the drive, the bowler's dropped it a little short and Jake's put it away to square leg.
So rocking back there, perhaps anticipating the shorter ball, and put away very comfortably. Touch of vanity perhaps here from Sharland. He's calling for a cap, I think. Dangerous 2 fours and call for a cap. It's a sign perhaps concentration is wandering, and let's see how Muaddin does here, how he responds to this attack from Sharland. What's on that response?
A very nice response there, line and length, bit of pace. He's bowling with only 3 men on the leg side. He's got a deep, squarish fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on.
And again, evidence that if you bend your back, there is some pace in this wicket, there is some bounce, but if you're off, you'll pay.
Well, watch, Jake.
2 very good balls from Muaddin, and Sharland up to them. So perhaps even signs of variable bounce. We noticed that in the first over from Muaddin. That one really lifting. Jake good enough there to keep his hands down and out of the way, but you know, value in shots, but plenty to work with for bowlers.
Well, I think the groundsman, due to the inclement weather, has had difficulty this week because it's definitely a little bit up and down. And that ball was off the splice of the bat, and earlier in the over, one kept low, which is very uncharacteristic for Highgate, which is normally a fabulous batting wicket.
So Muaddin's bowling from the Holly Park end here, and how much of that variation, that ball jagging in, He's been getting the ball to seam away from the right-hander too. How much of that do you put down to the wicket, and how much do you give credit to the bowler?
It's difficult to say at this moment. Obviously, he's bowling across the left-hander, so it may exaggerate the fact it's going across.
This is Hassan now. So Hassan now from the North London end, the Highgate end, over pitching, and Ed putting that away. When you over pitch, you don't give the wicket a chance to affect the path of the ball. I'm talking about Dick Holly, who's with me here in the commentary, not a hothead.
A passionate person.
A passionate man. And cricket, one of those games, it rewards. It's a canvas for you to be passionate on, or be cool and calm, or however you want to approach the game. There's room for everyone.
I believe even if you're defending, you should defend with passion and absolutely get behind it. And perhaps look up to the bowler afterwards as if to say, you won't get it past me. Every shot should be played with passion.
Ed losing his shape a little there. Got in well behind the last one. That one looking maybe to hit through the covers again, but lost his shape a bit.
Perhaps a slower ball. And his weight had come a little too early into the shot.
This contest here between Hassan for Osterley and Atkins for Highgate. And
showing aggressive intent there.
Yeah.
Down the wicket.
Building on your point, Dick, a bit of premeditation. His weight coming forwards earlier. Yeah, looking to get something going.
There's no deep straight fielders. Wanted to make use of that.
Charland here in his Highgate cap hasn't faced Hassan as much as he's faced Nuruddin. Hassan will be pleased to have a bowl at him here. See if he can get some seam movement going too.
I've lost count. Is this the first time? Can't remember him receiving this in. Did he take card? Yes, it's the first time he's taken card then.
Highgate dealing in boundaries or leg buys, so not much change of end. Hussain bowling a line outside off stump, which Charland wanted to launch but wasn't up to.
No, it was too wide to be fair, and Jake tried to play it purely on length, but it was too wide.
Charlene does some gardening, looking at those spots where Muad'Din's been able to get the ball to misbehave. Good line and length there from Muad'Din. Charlene happy to watch it go by. Highgate 34 for none. Here with just over 6 overs bowled. It's a 45 over game today, a limited overs match. Jake may be showing the pros and cons of being a grizzled, experienced player, experienced enough to know that even though he only got a little bit of it, he was going to run away for 4. But also maybe some of the laziness that comes when you get older, his foot going down the line of the stumps, not to the line of the ball, trusting his hands, and perhaps lucky that that didn't go to hand. Dick.
Well, it was 4 runs, that's the main thing. Shot Jake. So twice Jake has followed a drive before. The bowler's dropped it short and he's put it away to square leg.
Yeah.
Excellent cricket.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable playing that shot. Very comfortable. Perhaps when the ball is bowled straighter to him, he has to move his feet less, and his excellent hand-eye coordination is enough for him.
Jake is a big fella. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think earlier on when we weren't sure if the commentary was working, we're just looking at the team in the field and their physiques and the 2 batsmen out there. We've got 2 second-row forwards batting for Highgate. I think if they were packing down, these 2 might be big enough on their own to out-scrummage the Osterley 11. Cricket, a game that rewards all sizes. There's a role for all in our game, but these 2 certainly big, strong men.
But if you're used to watching the 100 game, they're not quite as quick between the wickets, these 2.
That's true. So while we look for the ball here, Dick, it's gone missing in one of the obstacles you've created over on that far boundary. I'd like to get your reflections on the 100. It's causing a lot of debate, some strong feelings about it, for and against. What's your view on the 100?
Very, very for it. I believe cricket. I've given my life to cricket. I believe it to be the greatest sport. And if you look at the reaction in the crowd, is there any other sport where you see such happy, joyous crowd supporting? And what's unusual in cricket in the old days, it didn't matter who played the stroke, whether it was a West Indian or Pakistani, you clapped them. But it's quickly become very partisan. The Birmingham side support the Birmingham players. That makes it very interesting. Very competitive. The running between the wickets is absolutely extraordinary. Extraordinary. And the fielding, I used to think I was a good fielder, but I'd be made to look silly on the outfield, even in my youth.
Very good. And some of the debates, so you're for it, good, for cricket, and it's a game of cricket.
Well, it's packing the crowds in. What more can you say? The crowds are packing in. They're seeing a whole game, and I think the full title is The 100 Every Ball Counts. And I'm personally a betting man, and on Betfair, that's just one sort of bookmaker, they're turning over 20 million per game. And the odds change, you can view it without becoming a bettor. The odds change every ball. If it's a dot ball or a 6, there's a percentage change in who's going to win. So every ball does count, and it makes it a very dynamic sport, which is very enjoyable to watch, as you can just see from the crowd.
One of the things that's been discussed, lauded and criticised, is the innovations in the format. So it's 5 all overs, you can bowl 2 overs in a row, it's 100 balls, not 120. Some also have said there actually aren't many innovations. It's just a slightly shorter game. And what's your view on the innovations that are there, and maybe some other innovations that could be brought into the game of cricket?
Well, I think the 100, I think the main advantage is you can start at a time when a person can go to the office in the morning and in the evening go and watch the game. And it takes quite a bit less time than a 2020. The other innovation I think I really like is if they don't bowl by a certain time, an outer fielder has to come in, because they've proven that fines and whatnot in the past have never worked, but this works. They're rushing through their overs to make sure they don't have to bring a boundary fielder in.
Yeah, I think this question of time, designing a game around what's convenient for the modern cricket fan, cricket consumer, whether there's someone who works, who wants to go to a game, or wants to and get home in time to be able to go to work the next day, or someone who wants to enjoy it at home. And also this innovation with the enforcing the time limit with this fielding change is very interesting. This could be something we could come back to later, because you've played a lot of club cricket, and all those people who've played club cricket in England, especially when you get older, over rates becomes a thing that we focus on. And if you play club cricket, you probably insisted on 17 overs an hour is the standard here in the Middlesex League, and that could be something we come to later. When we look at Test cricket, 12 overs an hour. Maybe we'll come back to that later on. We restarted. Check right in behind that, playing it right under his eyes, like when we watch Joe Root today or KL Rahul. When you play the ball right under your eyes, you can run it away for a single. It will. By playing late, you can hit those gaps. A very defensive shot, but still getting a run.
Well, we've got Ed Atkins at the North London end for the first time. Very interesting. Boss, bowler name? Bowler's name? So Tukia has come on at the North London end. Strong action over the top. Started off the mark, but looks to have found his radar now. An appeal from everybody on the ground, outfielders, and it was a wide. So Atkins has had an unlucky season this year with being given fairly out by umpires, but perceiving it to be unfair.
When he cools down, he recognises that they are good decisions. But we can see that he does have a habit of swinging his bat in a way that makes a noise as the ball passes it. He does seem to have that unfortunate knack. It's twice there's been a woody sound as it's gone past. It's clearly hasn't hit the bat, but some batsmen, you know, look out, don't they? Very well watched there by Ed. So Highgate's struggling this year in the relegation zone, Dick. Every team wants to win every game. We were talking off air about England of the 90s, a team that struggled a bit. How much is cricket a game of what you do on the field, and how much is it about getting the dressing room right? A glorious shot there from Ed. Watched it very well, played late, watched it very well, and hit just in front of point. When we think about a left-hander, that's probably the shot. That's probably the shot that we picture seeing from a left-hander there, caressed in front of point for 4 runs.
Beautifully done, Ed. Ed Atkins followed up the immaculate cover drive, but this time using his feet and putting it to wide mid off for another 4.
Yeah,
superb cricket.
He reminded me there, coming down the wicket at the medium pacer, actually of Trescothick, the way that he would use his feet against the medium pacers. And how important was it, although he was being aggressive and coming down the wicket, when he got there, he didn't overhit it, did he? He didn't slog it when he got there. He still just caressed it. How important is that when you're batting?
Very important. To keep your head still. Don't thrash with the bat. Make sure you just middle it. Shorter length, that one.
And Ed showing there perhaps some of the passion you were talking about earlier, in behind the ball, no run, strong positive call, and he looks determined today.
What really does surprise me about the 100 is how few bowlers, pace bowlers, can consistently bowl Yorkers. They bowl them waist high, above waist high, half volleys. I'm really amazed when you consider the skills in cricket has improved, how they can't bowl Yorkers. Like Slinger Malinga. No one has surpassed him bowling Yorkers.
Yeah, wonderful skill. Bumrah too, incredibly skillful bowlers. Why do you think that these professionals are doing it? Is it pressure from the batsmen? Is it pressure from the crowds, or too much going on? Trying to think of too many things at the same time. Why is it happening?
Well, it is obviously mental pressure as well, but surely in practice they're bowling at targets on the popping crease, and I'm just surprised. There was an old boy, slightly overweight, I'm sorry I don't know his name, but was immaculate bowling Yorkers in the week.
Fletcher?
He's not terribly quick.
Fletcher. You hit 2 boundaries, you take your helmet off and call for a cap. Either that. Today at Highgate. And looking a picture.
Batting at the North London end when the sun is out and directly on the sight screen, some people are affected by the glare of the sight screen.
Harjinder Singh. So a good move here from Osterley, bringing on the left arm spin. It looks, there's something of Harath about Harjinder Singh here. Composed, a short run. Into the attack.
Was that deliberately padded away? It seemed to be signal dead ball.
So I think we're seeing the beginning maybe of the John the umpire and Atkins the batsman special relationship. John correctly calling no shot played a dead ball. Assad settling in, not as quick as the opening bowlers, but a good length.
Did he do it deliberately, pad it away? Well, it's scored now. Oh, come on.
More effort there from Assad. Ball sitting up comfortably, Ed playing a strong cut shot, and it's fielded on the point boundary. Sharland back on strike. Here's an opening partnership. Opening partnerships in cricket. These two, they're 60 without loss. Your thoughts, Dick, on this opening partnership for Highgate?
What's unusual, Osterley, I think it's a virtually all Pakistani side. Virtually all Pakistani side. The bowling has been very gentle, medium pace, really. And we've got one here hardly above 60 miles an hour. That doesn't mean to say it isn't effective, but it is unusual. Would you concur with that, Joe?
No quick bowlers today. I thought Moeed got the ball to move from the Holly Park end. I thought he posed some problems. But yes, this attack built around trying to hit a good length, trying to get something from the wicket rather than speed through the air. I think Harjinder Singh has looked okay since he's come on. Hasn't spun one yet, but maybe getting a little bit of drift in the air. but certainly Highgate will be very pleased with this start.
Well, once it's a limited over game, you've got a far more defensive field, so line and length is very important. A fast bowler can go very fast off the edge, so it can be very effective, this general medium.
So 10 overs completed, the score 61 without loss. 45 over game today, they're going to run a ball. Is that par at this ground, or will Highgate want a higher score than that?
They've got to run a ball.
Yeah, 61 off 10.
No, that's excellent, especially early on. They've got all wickets in hand. I think they went excellent. There's no need to slog at this, or over press at this stage.
One thing you can tell, Osterley came out with great energy, and certainly you feel they're a little more subdued now. You feel it's important not to let this spinner get a wicket and bring Osterley back into the game. One wicket and Osterley's energy will be back there, very keen to remove one of these big opening batsmen for Highgate.
Ed just took a slightly short ball and punched it to long on. And once the wicket isn't very quick, I think that is the thing to do. Don't let go back and punch it. Then the slow bowler has to really pitch it up for you to drive.
Well, using the crease. There's an example of what Dick's talking about. Haminder Singh overcompensating, over-pitching, and a nice off-drive and very well fielded by Long Off, who ran round to his left. A diving tumble to stop the ball, and just one run.
Don't over-press. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ed Atkins rather lucky playing a loose shot there, as it tantalisingly went over extra cover. Sorry about the language.
So he wasn't in control there, was he? His head was up, wild swing, and good arm in from extra cover, right over the stumps.
Yeah. They mustn't get complacent just because they haven't lost a wicket. That ball wasn't really there to hit, and a little bit wide. A very nice shot to the sweeper on the offside, off the front foot, along the ground.
Yeah, in contrast, Sharlan playing that ball under his eyes.
Keep going, Ed. Pick the right ball. Big score today.
Good, Aki.
A bit neither one nor the other.
So, joining us on commentary now, we've got Josh Taylor, all the way from South Africa.
Yeah, all the way from South Africa,
So where are you from in South Africa, Josh?
From Johannesburg, on east side, so it's kind of just outside central Johannesburg.
Nice. And you're playing at Highgate this summer?
Yes, I am, indeed.
Good stuff. And a good opening partnership here by Jake and Ed?
Yeah, I got a good opening partnership here. We've played around with the team a little bit to find a good opening partnership that we needed. And I think also for these overs games, these two are a good combination because Aki can hit the ball and he can also nudge around, whereas Jake's very similar, so they complement each other very well.
Good. We like the harmony of their size and shape. Mirror image here.
Doesn't everybody?
And a good start here. Have you thought about what kind of score you want to set?
Yeah, we'd like to set a score from about 120 and above, 220 and above.
220 and above.
Because this track will get a bit broken up later on, and it will do a bit more, spin a bit more. So if we can get 220 and above, we think that will be a really good score.
Great. And I know you've bowled quite a bit this season. What's Highgate like this season to bowl on? What kind? Is it a responsive wicket?
It's from my experience bowling at Highgate over here. It doesn't really do much with the ball. It will swing, but if it's been raining for like few days before, then the pitch will be a bit soft and it will move around, but it won't do much. So it does get pretty flat sometimes, and you don't get much out of the wickets as a seam bowler. Yeah, very small ground, so you got to hit your areas.
Okay. And have you got a favourite end you like to bowl from, this North London end, or do you like to bowl from the Holly Park end?
I love to bowl from the North London end.
Okay. That's because you like the feeling of running downhill as a
bit
quick, or what's the reason?
Not just that, I think I've bowled most of my overs from this North London end, and I've taken most of my wickets from this end as well. So, yes, it's nice running downhill. It's really nice. But I just love bowling at this end.
Very good. And what about your club back home? What's that club called back in South Africa?
It's called Boxburg Cricket Club.
Okay.
Really nice club. Really good people. Really good standard as well. Big ground, massive ground. Just before I left, we were busy building a clubhouse because we didn't really have a clubhouse there, and our chairman had a bit of money, so he decided to build a nice little big clubhouse for us. So when I left, they were just finishing it, so I haven't seen it yet. So I'm very excited to go back and see what it's looking like.
So you'll be back in a couple of months there, playing cricket back in Boxburg, it's called?
Yeah, Boxburg. Yeah, I'll probably be going back in October to go play back there, or stay there for Christmas as well, and then next year coming back to London and hopefully staying.
That's great. And tell me, have you played cricket in England before this year?
Yeah, when I was probably about 12 years old, I came here for a school cricket tour. Very, very nice, very awesome. We played all the London cricket schools, Whitgift, Dulwich, all of those schools. Really awesome, really good standard. Absolutely loved it.
Great. And tell me, there's one thing you'll take from your time playing cricket in England, something about the game or the social side or the culture in the UK. What will you take away with you? What memory?
There's a lot to pick from, but I think one of the biggest things I would take back is the culture there is, especially here at Highgate. I know also North London and quite a few other clubs as well. After weekend games, everyone comes back here. All the captains come back. The club stands around in a circle, and everyone just reads out their results, and everyone acknowledges all the teams, not just the ones. Whereas back home, it wasn't really like that. Ones were with ones. We did our own thing.
Right.
But here, the culture was a bit different, and I absolutely love that.
Yeah. That's right. So clubs like Highgate here, our neighbours North London, Crouch End, putting out 5, 6 teams, maybe even 1 week a 7th team. And then, that sense of community, waiting to hear. And I know you guys have had a tough season this year. Sometimes when you're having a tough season, but then you hear what the 4th team have done or what the 5th team have done, it just kind of gives you that lift,
it does.
As a club, there's some success going on.
Yeah, exactly. Like, from also what I've noticed, the first few weeks, I was like, okay, this is weird. This is completely different to what I'm used to. But as I was saying, what is nice is everyone just comes together as a club, and everyone acknowledges everyone as a club. And even though the first team don't do well, and we haven't really been doing that great this whole season, if the lower teams do well, the club is just really happy for them, because we're not just there for the ones, we're there for the whole club, and as a whole club together, supporting everyone, which I absolutely love.
Great. Now, what number are you batting today, Josh?
Not sure. We're going to see how the game goes. Right. We've got about 6, and then it might change a little bit depending on the situation that we're in.
All right. Well, while I'm really looking forward to seeing these two bat all the way through and dominate, I'm also would really appreciate the chance to watch you bat, and I'm sure our viewers on the live stream would love to watch you bat today as well. So hopefully we can have both those things happen.
Yeah, I'm hoping to bat too. Hopefully my parents are watching as well. My dad might be watching back home. He tunes in every now and then to see what's going on and see how well we're doing. So Dad, if you are watching, hello. So yeah, I'm also really looking forward to batting and bowling today.
That's great. That's great. So, for those watching in South Africa, Bucksburg Cricket Club, and all around the world in New Zealand at the Taita Cricket Club, in India at the Delhi Expat Cricket Club, or if you're just at home, maybe you've been pinged and you're on lockdown and isolation and you're watching. We hope you enjoy the game, and Josh, we're looking forward to seeing you play
Thank you
today.
so much.
Thanks a lot.
No problem.
I'd just like to pick up on something Josh just said then about he's impressed by the community spirit. The community spirit in Highgate. It has a tremendous atmosphere. I was at one of the cricket dinners, and I was sitting next to the captain, the chairman of the tennis section, which has about 200 members, and he was in tears, literally in tears. He could not believe the spirit in the cricket section.
Yeah.
He was crying.
Yeah, good cricket clubs are a centre of community and social life for lots of people. Highgate, of course, a cricket club with a very strong tennis section, and I think maybe that's helped to the social side of things as well. Obviously, now women's cricket is much stronger, but it means we've had a history of mixed membership, which has always created a good environment, and different interests, different age profiles with tennis and cricket, creating maybe quite a vibrant club. Our friends in the tennis section.
What I'm proud of at Highgate is we're in almost the cricket centre of England. We're surrounded by cricket clubs. There's 5 other different clubs within walking distance or spitting distance, and we've been in the Premiership and gonna hold.
Yeah. So Atkins frustrated. You can see it, the frustration. He has batted well. He knows he's given it away. That passion, definitely given that away. We saw him earlier play without control at one that wasn't there and hit one over the ring on the offside. Here he's gone leg side and he is disappointed. Out of shot of the live stream now, but is disappointed as he leaves the ground. But he's batted well. He's got Highgate off to a strong start, and he will be disappointed how it ended. But reward for Asad Shah, not quick, not bringing pace as Dick said, but hitting a good length and requiring the batsman to either be patient or try to force things. Atkins not able to be patient on that occasion and falling into the trap. And it's a breakthrough for Osterley. So let's see now how that affects them and whether they can build on that breakthrough. Or whether Hasnain Ali will be able to form a new partnership now with Jake Charland, who's still at the crease. very confident start from Hasnain Ali, waiting nicely for the ball and timing it well. Gully getting a hand on it to his, diving to his right, point running round and stopping the boundary. Jake back on strike, so a wicket's gone. Sometimes concentration can wander when a wicket falls. Asad Shah up to the crease. Hitting that good line and length. Jake happy to play for his stumps. Notice Osterley, more confidence now, more energy. Asad Shah bowling stump to stump. Not quick, but happy to hit a good length and see if Jake will take the bait. Jake Sharland batting. Just one run and a wicket that over for Asad Shah. One of the features of the Middlesex League, bowlers like Asad Shah who get close to the stumps, seek to hit bowl 3/4 of the way up the stumps, or just maybe hitting just the top of the stumps, challenging the pads, challenging the patience of the batsman, and sometimes on a tacky wicket like maybe we've got today. It's one of the features of this league. If you want to be successful as a batsman in this league, you need to be able to cope with and score off bowlers like this, and often they prove very effective. Also, the Middlesex League known to be a league with a lot of strong spinners in it. There's Aparajit Khurana in the Premier League is having a great season. All the clubs in the top flight have good spinners, and a lot of the overs in the Middlesex League getting bowled by spinners. Hasnain Ali, Highgate's number 3, showing again a willingness to wait for the ball, play the ball late. Definitely giving the impression of a batsman who wants to be positive. Singh probably dragging that one down a little bit, but he's got away with it. Ali couldn't time it to beat point. Osterley seeing Ali playing with an open face, bringing a slip in. Slower from Singh, angling down the leg side. Really tossed that one up and it seemed to drift in. fired into the pads. Is watching. Not sure Ed why. Maybe that, but thanks very much for. Wash his mouth. No, he hasn't. He's gone off because he's that out. But we'll remind him when he comes back. And if you have any question for any of the people playing today or at the ground, for Ed to get it answered. Four wides for Asad Shah. Very good over last over, but he started this one poorly. Okay, so long on, we've got Raheel, you've just taken a wicket. What are you thinking right now?
Well, actually, I didn't take the wicket. It was
Sure, but Osterley, you've just taken a wicket, so what do you think?
if these two batsmen get set,
And it's a limited overs game today, so you need to use 5 bowlers. Who do you think is going to offer most for you today? He's gone to take another place in the field. Thanks, Raheel. Jake playing that last ball very nicely, controlled. Will want to make a big score, obviously. Ali on strike. Again, favoured cut shot for Hasnain Ali. Again, not able to beat point, but you feel it's a kind of stroke when he gets in, he'll be hitting boundaries with. Very noticeable trigger movement here from Ali. Little quick 1-2 step across. He's in position to face the bowler. Watching the ball closely. Low head, low hands in defence. Behind us, North London playing Southampton. And cheers of the crowd there. So, Asad Shah beating the bat, the keeper up to the stumps. I'd like to see a wicket keeper who can stand up to the medium pacer and take the ball as it passes the bat, but Ali obviously well in his crease, and it's just a dot ball. Now, Dick, we've had a comment in the chat in the live stream. Dick's come back. We'll ask about your race in a minute, but we've had a comment in the chat. Someone saying it's pre-watershed. And Ed Foster's been in touch, said it's pre-watershed and you've really got to mind your language.
I do apologise. It's most unusual.
We're wondering whether you can change your behaviour, Dick. You're only 79. Someone who's not changing his behaviour is Jake, who plays that ball very late under his eyes, times it beautifully in front of square. There's a fielder there on the cover point boundary, but another very controlled shot from Jake, who
Just creamed it along the ground. Very nice.
How was your horse race, Dick? Did it go the way you wanted?
I'm afraid I had the time wrong. It's 10 past 2.
Okay.
Well, wonderful.
Now, while you've been gone, Hasnain Ali here, who's on strike now, and he seems like a batsman who wants to be positive. He wants to score. What are your impressions of Hasnain Ali?
I'm a fan of Huss, as we call him. He's got a lovely range of shots. He can drive, very good pull shot, very good square cutting. He obviously just makes the odd mistake, and that's what sport is about, really. I remember a Grandmaster on one of the chess on YouTube saying that he would often be completely outplayed by another Grandmaster, but then they'd make a mistake, and he didn't. So a lot of sport is just avoiding making a mistake. But Huss has got a wonderful range of shots, actually.
That's interesting. So, technical ability is removing mistakes. Is that something you can train yourself to do?
Well, yes, you've just got to realise how you're getting out and put everything out of your mind. It's the next ball. The next ball. You might be slightly looking for one over pitched if there's nobody straight, but apart from that, it's the next ball and you're going to play it technically right to your strengths. But obviously things, I watch a lot of cricket, and I noticed Josh Butler got out the other day. Well, why did he get out, having played faultlessly? Because there was a streaker on the pitch, which on television they don't show, but it obviously, big delay, and then he made a mistake.
Yeah.
He hadn't got back in focus, so it's really focusing on each ball. I myself am a huge fan of Josh Butler. I think he's the greatest talent in world cricket.
Well, you're talking about Hasnain Ali here with big range of shots. Josh Butler, a player with all the shots, and we hope he's doing well today at Lord's. Here we are at Shepherd's Cot. It's Asad Shah bowling at Jake, and good signs again. He gets right in line, tucks it on the leg side, and perhaps not as quick between the wickets, Jake Sharland, as Josh Butler is, but happy to take one there.
What is amazing in the modern cricket, if you just knock it about 5 yards square on the offside, they run. It's as simple as that, and they get in easily. I think they time it at 2 seconds or under. I mean, obviously I'm getting on now, but the greatest innovation I've seen is the fielding. Unless the ball's hit straight to an outfielder, it's 2. Keeps out a Yorker there. Loaded up ball.
Yeah, Shah definitely targeting the stumps this over.
Bowling with 2 men straight back. Quite inviting looking balls.
So let's give the field for those watching. Still 3 on the leg side. There's a very fine leg, square leg in the ring, and a long on, or Rohale. There's a long off, a deep cover point. Then a gully, a point, and an extra cover in the ring on the offside, as Shah bowls another wide. Highgate seem content here. They're in a good position. These two seem content to take what's on offer and not force things for now.
They certainly don't have to force it, but if the ball's there, I think they've got to hit it. There's no one sweeping at square leg, and Jake seizes on another pull shot before.
Yeah, he looks comfortable playing that shot. So that's the end of the over, and a reminder, the score's 92 for 1 here of 18 overs in this must-win game for Highgate. Highgate, 9th out of 10 in the division. The bottom two go down. There's just 4 games left this season. Osterley, mid-table, look to be safe, but Highgate 12 points from safety, and with only 10 points for a win today really important for the Shepherd's Scott Club.
Yes, they really, if they can capitalise on this start and up the rate, well, that's the aim, the target.
Middlesex, I'm sticking with, I think he's a little bit like Herath here, a little man, a very short run.
Go back.
And finally, Ali has beaten point. We've seen him play a couple of those cut shots and find point there. He hits the cover point boundary. Short ball.
He plays that very nice.
The strength of Ali's.
Absolutely off the middle of the bat, very safe. He's got a nice all-round shot. Just if he can avoid, an error, there's runs here for him. Because the bowling is not a great threat. It's really waiting for us to make a mistake.
Yeah. There, see the difference between the two batsmen perhaps. The taller Jake reaching forward and driving on the ground. Ali having cut the previous ball also on the ground to the same spot on the cover point boundary. Singh has been tidy here. His first 5 overs for 10 runs. Ali cuts the ball out to that busy fielder at extra cover on the extra cover boundary.
Shame he couldn't have got it a little wider and got 2 or even 4. But again, Huss showing that he's got a nice range of shots. That one kept a little low. It was no problem for him.
So there was a podcast recently with Johan De Silva from Highgate and the captain of Kenton Cricket Club on the Middlesex podcast, and it was set up to be a fight between who had the smallest ground in the Middlesex League, but actually Johan said he was happy to claim it for Highgate. And you're talking about finding 2s, so even on a small ground like this, do you think that batsmen can still find 2s through placement, through how hard they hit the ball? You still think it should be part of your repertoire?
Well, talking about Johan, when I was in my 60s, I batted with him, and he made me run 3 2s and a 3 and 1 over. I was furious with him and very exhausting.
So Johan, help the elderly. Don't make them run 3 2s and a 3 and 1 over. It's
So it can be done. It depends.
It's a skill.
If you're one end of the square.
It's
If
it's a skill.
End of the square, if it's dead in the middle, it's very hard to get it through.
You know, we notice, you've talked, Dick, about the quality of the running between wickets that you see in the professional game, the fielding. I feel like being able to see where 2s are is a skill that the better batsmen have. It's not something that a lot of club cricketers learn, and it's something that marks out some of the better cricketers, understanding where they can get to, and building that into their plan.
As a coach, I'd say it was a golden rule. Run the first one hard, turn and look. Turn quickly and look. It's there, go for it. But be in a position to get the 2. You've ambled the first, the 2 isn't on.
Not sure how hard Jake is running the first here today. And there we've seen the first pull shot from Hasnain Ali. Dick Holly talked about him being an accomplished puller of the ball. Short man getting right on top of that ball, complete control, and putting it behind square leg for 4 runs. Stick says all along the ground.
Well, he hasn't looked in trouble any ball, has he? So far.
Haas watching well. And 4 more.
A very nice shot, a pitched up ball. He's tucked it off his legs, along the ground, backward of the deep square fielder for 4. If, as I say, he could be a really top batsman if he just avoided, he could concentrate equally every ball, which applies to all sports, of course, but and chess.
Dick Holly here bringing you cricket, horse racing and chess, and Highgate have passed 100. 105 for 1 now.
Oh, great stuff, Haas!
Haas lifts that easily over the sight screen, and then before the ball lands he's looking down, taking his guard again. A lot of confidence in that stroke. We've seen a pull shot, flick for 4, and a pull for 4, a flick for 4, and then a very easy straight 6 there by Hasnain Ali.
Very controlled shot with the face of the bat going through the ball. Oh, there wasn't enough pace on it to hit that one.
Shah missing his length a few times in that over, and Ali good enough to make him pay. Score is 111 for 1 of 20 overs. Bowling change here. Rohail Imam, another left arm spinner. He was fielding down here at long on earlier. One of the Osterley team. We've travelled to Shepherd's Cot today. Game being played in very good spirits. Rohail landing these just full of a length. Jake happy to have a look at this new bowler. Floating that one, still landing at good length. Jake definitely looking to play an anchor innings here. Over pitching. Jake takes one out to long off, bringing Ali back on strike. Glorious sunshine here at Shepherd's. An emerald jewel of a ground. Rohail's found a good length here. Very lush grass. The cypress at the Holly Park end of them. White clouds blowing west to east. And a so Haas had got that wider and long off couldn't stop it. 4 runs. Unlucky for Rahel Iman. Not the spinner. Bowled a good line and length, but two set batsmen on a small ground may be tough, and we've got a Jake Sharland on 49. Bowl here at Jake Charlotte. And that's 50 for Jake Charland. Nasir, quickish off spinner. Jake, as he's done all day, really happy to play in a very controlled way, take one, get his 50, and make Dick happy because Ali's back on strike. But batsman willing to be more flamboyant.
Well, very pleasing to see Jake get his 50. Let's hope he can capitalise and up the rate. Osterley about to have a more cavalier approach, so we've got to up the tempo.
Using the pace as he's literally looked to do from ball one, looked to run the ball down, the ball there, and can't talk to us because he's Chanya's kitchen, and we'll be that one. And Nasir continues from the North London end. Quicker. Put it. 45 over game. Umpires stricter on wides than in the timed games. But if the cricket you're used to playing or watching is 20-20 over, probably umpires are less strict than in that format. But certainly a bit of width down the leg side and it'll be given a wide. In 20-20 cricket, anything down the leg side is always a wide. Sometimes it can bounce over leg stump and still be given a wide.
I've seen the ball hit the wicket, the leg stump, and it's still given a wide.
That's the rules of the game as it's ruled by umpires, and that's what we go with. So Jake there, able to let the ball come and beat mid-wicket by playing late, punch it out to the deep square leg boundary for one. It's 121 for one of 22 overs. Very good opening partnership from Sharland and Atkins, and since Atkins went, Ali's joined Sharland, and they've continued much the same way, looking predominantly in control. There haven't been any mistakes by Osterley, but equally nor have they created any real chances other than the dismissal of Atkins. That one just keeping a little bit low, wide. Jake not interested, Jake Sharland not interested. And again, Jake's innings, now that he's up and running, it's predominantly controlled drives for one, or nudges to the right of mid-wicket for one, and then when he gets a short ball a very dominant pull shot. He hasn't sought to take on the bowlers down the ground so far. Controlled innings from Sharland. Yeah. So beautifully bowled by Iman. Beautifully bowled by Iman. It was too wide and too short for the shot Ali played. Ali seeking to come down the wicket. Perhaps premeditated. We'll get the batting guru's perspective on it shortly. But he stumped. And a reward for Iman, who was perhaps unlucky last over to concede a 4 when a fielder missed the ball. He takes a wicket and he's very pleased to do so. Dick Holly, disappointed to see Ali get out?
Well, I'm very disappointed. I tend not to give the bowler a great deal of credit. It was a lapse. The ball was floated up wide and he strolled out of his crease. As a coach, I say don't go out of your crease, it's another way of getting out. I believe the basis of cricket is you keep your head still, the body still, have a good base to play your shots. It was a lapse by us, unfortunately. The first mistake he's made of any kind and he's got out.
That's right, first mistake. So, something you said there, he strolled out of his wicket. Some well-respected coaches like you believe preserving a wicket, staying in the crease is important. There are some who do advocate for coming out of the crease, but even those say that when you come, you've got to get there, and that was probably a little timid the way he came down the wicket. He didn't come energetically and aggressively enough to get to the pitch and ended up being a long way from the line of the ball and the pitch of the ball, and as a result he's out.
Like a technical way how he got out, I believe it's just a complete lapse. He's just lazy and got lulled into it.
Soft.
And actually I watch an awful lot of cricket on TV. I've got the cricket channel, and I've actually kept a scorecard. Batsmen leaving their crease have a very, very low batting average. The runs scored leaving the crease and stumped. I think in one day, between the women and the men in one day, there were 6 stumpings. But how many runs were scored by leaving the crease? Very, very few.
Well, there you go. Psychological analysis, data-driven analysis. Thank you, Dick Holly. Drinks here at Shepherd's Cot, 122 for 2. An exciting start to Hasnain Ali's innings, but I think everyone other than Osterley fans disappointed to see him get out because he'd looked so exciting. But an important wicket for Iman, Raheel Iman, so well played to him, and the keeper made no mistake. Okay, in at number 4 for Highgate is Dilshan Manimperi, and it's Iman for Osterley from the Hollet Park end. Feel that was an important wicket. Sharland and Ali starting to pick up the scoring rate again, and big wicket there. Hit hard by Manimperi out to long on. Sounded like it was out the middle, and well bowled Iman. A wicket that over in just 2 runs. So Raheel, you drew him down the wicket there.
Yes, yes, I did. It was a good comeback from us.
Well done, Raheel. Raheel saying just a couple more wickets needed. Well, you'll be back on in 6 balls, and let's. Nas from the North London end. And taking his card. We believe this is wrong. We believe this is not Callum Fraser. As Nasir balls, new to the crease, getting his bat round his out. Another single for. Attacking shot from Jake out to extra cover, and the throw comes in. Nasir changing his pace. Quicker from Imran. We were discussing over rates earlier. Iman straight back to his mark. Osterley getting through their overs in good time. Big turn there from Iman. Umpire not interested, but big turn, taking the pad, bouncing over the top of the stumps, and just one by. First ball that's really spun today. You can see, using his body, you can see as it comes out, it's getting a lot of action on the ball. And again, a quicker, but some turn there still for Iman. Charlene watching it go by. Quieted more. Jake Charlin playing it under his nose, and a very good over there. Out once again to that busy fielder on the cover point boundary. That's Nori hitting his mark, and as he has so often, Jake playing it out to long off. Quicker ball from Nori. Perry outside the line of off stump. So we've got with us the Highgate captain, Freddie Barras. We could do an interview with him, but Dick Holly's gone off with the second the second microphone. But let's have a word anyway. So a good start here for Highgate. You've won the toss. You've chosen a bat. What's your thoughts now with 25 overs in?
I'm happy with the start. This is sort of the blueprint of how we wanted to approach the game. But these are crucial sort of next 10 overs. We just keep wickets in hand. I think we could be heading for a big score. Got away with that one. But yeah, ideally, we can have these two in with 15 overs to go. Then I think we can put on a really big score.
And what is a big score? What are you looking to set today?
We said at the start of the day, anything. To be honest, anything over 200 will be competitive. 220 is probably our minimum target. I'm not going to put a specific number. Anything over 220, I'll be pretty happy with our bowling attack. Good,
and that's so 5 and over, 45 overs, 225. That's the sort of area you're thinking about. Now we've talked today. It's a must-win game for Highgate. Ninth in the league. I think 12 points from safety. Only 11 points from safety. Only 10 points for a win. How are you approaching this? What's the mindset of the team today approaching this must-win game? What's the mood in the camp?
It's pretty good. We've had a tough season. We've been short on runs, but I think as a team we've worked really hard and played some really good cricket, and we definitely don't think we're in the bottom two teams in the league. We had a positive result against these guys at their ground, so feeling quite confident. Just want to just sort of execute that again is the plan. Again, getting away with that one. But yeah, I think we're feeling quite confident. We're trying not to worry too much about the table. Just we know we have to win games, but there's only 2 results in this cricket, so we just want to take each week as it comes, see how we are after this week, see how we are after the next week, and there's definitely still a chance to keep us in the table.
Now, we saw a miss hit there, but generally the batting has been composed today. What's your approach? What's your feeling when you come to bowl? It's a limited overs game, there's no draw, but are you still looking to attack and take wickets, or is it about containing and building pressure? What's your sort of inclination at this point of the game?
Well, we've got a new opening bowler, Fahim, who's only played a couple games for us, but he'll be our main attacking threat at the top. I think the rest of us, we're pretty orthodox right arm over bowlers, medium pacers, so we're just going to try and hit good lengths, build that pressure. We don't expect them to take their time with the chase. We think they're going to come quite hard, but there's enough in the wicket if we put it in the right place that they're going to have to take risks, and I think the risks will go our way overall.
Thanks. Perry opening himself up to get that ball wide of long off, who does come round and field it. So you said Fahim you think is going to pose a threat today. So tell me about him as a bowler.
He used to play for Osterley actually, and he's taken a couple of fifers against us in years gone by, which is probably something to do with how he decided he wanted to come and play at Highgate. He's quick, he's slippery, he moves the ball away from the right-handers. Quite slingy action, a bit Fidel Edwards like. Definitely the quickest bowler we've had at Highgate for a good few years. And he's a very fit young man. He'll be running in his whole 9 overs, no doubt.
That's great. Well, we look forward to that. But before then, we've still got almost 20 overs to go. Jake's at the crease here with Manin Perry. Called for a cap earlier. Now he's calling for gloves. Let's talk about Jake Charland. Does he have the prima donna behaviour to go with his batting, or does he have enough batting to go with his prima donna behaviour?
He's a bit of a prima donna, isn't he? Do you know what? I think this is potentially Jake's last home game of the season due to availability issues. So I think he really wants to cash in. It's been a few years since we've seen him turn up. This is a perfect opportunity for it if he can just be there at the end and really open his shoulders later on. But ideally, he's doing the perfect job at the moment. He's the sort of glue that's holding us together, and the guys can bat around him. Dilshan especially can really inject some runs.
Thanks. And Dilshan there. Yeah.
Shot, Dilly!
So that's a big hit there over the pavilion. We saw him an over ago off Nasir attempt that shot, top edge one, get away with it. But there you see why he's tempted to play that shot, because when he gets it right, 6 runs. We talked about prima donnas. I've got a question. I think viewers have a question about your haircut. What was the thinking behind that, and do you think that it could become a team thing?
I don't think enough of us have got enough hair left, to be honest. But we were in a bit of a bad run. England were on a good run. I did it on Friday night before Acton away, hoping that it would be a nice surprise for the boys and maybe bring us a little bit of luck. It didn't quite go that way. I think we got bowled out in the 57th over or 60th over even, something like that. So, but you know, some people say it's an ode to Foden. I think I'm more in the Gazza mould. I like to think so.
Okay, so after the win today, Freddie Barris, we'll see you in the dentist chair if you take a good wicket or a good catch. The viewers will be able to see you do the dentist chair celebration. And thanks, I'll have a fresh orange juice from Chanya and Amy in the Highgate kitchen. Thanks, Freddie Barris. Clean catch there from Iman. Dilshan hitting the ball cleanly, but neither along the ground nor going really aerial. Flat, low, and Iman was up to it. And Manin Perry will be disappointed. He showed glimpses of being able to bring something very destructive, but he's out really before he got going. Raheel Iman having a big impact on this game, taking a wicket, and they're a very good catch. So Osterley staying in the game here. Highgate certainly ahead, but not able to really stamp their foot down, not able to really break free, because Osterley just taking wickets when they need to. An excellent catch there from Imam Raheel. Nasir Nouri will be delighted to get his first wicket. And Callum Fraser at the crease now. Callum, who captained a week or so ago when Freddie was away, returning to the ranks this week. Batting number 5 for Highgate today. And Nouri will bowl to him. Then we'll hear Dick Holly's return to the commentary team. And Callum's off the mark straight away. So, Dick Holly, Callum's joined us at the crease, and Manin Perry's just left. Your thoughts on those batsmen?
Well, it was a little unfortunate, the last dismissal, as you said. It was neither along the ground, but it just went absolutely straight to the man. Very, very hard hit. And now we've got Callum, who I'm a fan of because he's a very elegant batsman who makes the most of what he's got.
Thanks. And Jake there, watch. Across the country today, league and friendly cricket being played, and here at Shepherd's Charlin's father, wife and daughter have all just arrived. Small crowd, some 30 or 40 spectators probably here at Shepherd's Cot today. We expect that to pick up a little bit during the day. A famous bar and kitchen here at the Highgate Club, run by Chania and Amy. Good selection of drinks and excellent Thai food, and a lot of people coming down to enjoy the sun and the cricket.
Well left by Callum. What's interesting is that the tennis section got voted the best tennis club in Middlesex. Not on playing strength, not that they're weak, but because of the sociability.
So, I mean, that's a wonderful accolade for the tennis section. And Iman is really in the game here, eliciting a rash drive by Callum Fraser, taking the edge. Keeper got his hand to it but couldn't hang on. And Iman looks a cricketer who wants to make things happen for Osterley here. More confident stroke from Fraser, later, straighter, under his eyes, bringing Charlin back on strike. And straight away Iman is back at his mark, ready to bowl again.
He's actually bowling very well at the moment.
Yep.
Nice pace.
Yep. So it's a good contest here at Shepherd's Cot. Highgate ahead. Iman building energy. The ball. Score is 149 for 3 after 29 completed overs. Fraser new to the creases on 2. Charland 58. As Nori bowls from the North London end. Not right, so Nori in again. Behind us at North London, game against Southampton, effectively a dead rubber with North London already promoted into Division 1 of the Middlesex County League. Here at Highgate, a crucial game for the Highgate club in the relegation zone, desperate for a win today. And Nori beats Fraser. Sometimes he's just going a little hard. It looks a little nervous starting, perhaps, Dick Holly?
Yeah, it's not his most fluent start at all. Well, he's played a very nice late dab there, too.
Watched that one very well, didn't he? Played very late.
Struggling. What is so unusual is that the twos are doing well in the Premiership, which you wouldn't normally expect.
So the second team for Highgate having a good season, is that built around batting strength or bowling strength, or is it all round?
All round. Yeah. The first team have been let down very badly. I've been at the club perhaps 45 years. I've never known such low scores by the batsmen, low averages.
Yeah, the club have struggled a lot this year with the bat. So we think this might only be the second 50 this year in first team cricket for Highgate. It has been a struggle. Some years it happens. And here's Iman for Osterley. He's been the pick of the bowlers, but that's a poor ball. Fielder out at deep mid wicket for Jake. For Charlene, and that's just a single. Fraser back on strike. Fraser comfortable there.
Joining us in the commentary team now, the self-styled dagger, his name's Simon Lawson. Former playing stalwart of the club, now he's, I think everyone agrees his greatest contribution is having a son
Called Saturn, who's a far better.
Simon ever was. Welcome, Simon, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you for that intro, Joe. Very accurate as always.
So you're down at the ground, you brought your dog with you, what's her name?
Viv, after the great man.
The Master Blaster. So Viv, we might have you say a few words later on. Now before we start talking about your areas of speciality like drainage, drains.
It's funny you say that. I've just had a little drop in at Crouch End and I got collared about not collared, that's probably asked for advice, and they've got particular drainage issues down there. So we're all talking drainage with this massive rain in August.
Good. And for our viewers in India, where it's monsoon right now, if you need a contractor to put in a drain, Simon Rawson is your man.
Thankfully, it's not quite on that scale, but it's unseasonal, the rain. Put it that way, even for England.
Right. And we've seen today the ground is very lush. The wicket is a little sticky. What do you think of this start here by Highgate? A must-win game, and you've got down here today. What's your feeling on seeing the score?
Well, I've watched a few games this year, so clearly this is a good start in comparison to a lot of our games. I think it's important. Obviously, I don't know how many bowlers Osterley have had, but whether we're going to see the fifth or the sixth bowler. So hopefully they cash in
Yeah. So
two quite orthodox batsmen now, Jake and Callum. If they put on a partnership, hopefully they'll mix the batting order up of the guys coming in,
Right.
So we can cash in those last 6 or 7 overs. But
right.
so far, it looks a good start.
Yeah. And important in limited overs, and even in timed cricket on a small ground, to make sure that if you get a good start, you post a good total.
Absolutely. I thought the left, when I arrived, the bowlers were struggling with the left right hand of Atkins and Charlins. So if we do have any more left-handers, I think Max is probably our one left. Oh, Josh as well. So we have got it just upset in limited overs cricket where they're very severe on the wides.
Yep.
It's something else to throw in the mix.
Yep, so you asked about the number of bowlers. This is the 6th bowler here used by Osterley. I think their 5th bowler, Iman, has been the most effective so far. The second of the 2 left-arm spinners. This is the 6th bowler used today. The 4th spinner. So in fact, actually, they have used 7 bowlers already. Actually, 3 seamers up front, and this is the 4th spinner. 2 off spinners and 2 left-arm spinners.
This guy's giving it a rip, isn't he? But he's probably on the wrong end if he does turn it big away into the right-hander.
Okay, so tell us more about that, because last over, Iman started to really get the ball to spin from the Holly Park end as a left-arm spinner. Got a few to turn big. Is that the end that's the spinning end, or is that the end that suits Offie's more?
Well, I think anyone who can really turn it can normally turn it up the slight hill. So I can see he's having a problem with his line, because even a straight ball, if it pitches on middle at Highgate, it will probably miss the leg stump. So that's the only. But he's adjusting his line now, so I think he'll be fine.
So he's bowling from the North London end with a slope from left to right.
Yeah.
Not as pronounced on this wicket as on some, and not as pronounced here as at Lord's, but it is a factor. And the slope aiding his off spin, but perhaps accentuating those balls that he's dragging down the leg side now. Finding a better line here.
Obviously that was a short ball, but when it's full, it's every ball. I think the batsman can probably sweep with confidence that if they do miss it, they're probably not going to get given out. But we'll see.
Right. 162 for 3 of 32 overs, 13 overs remaining. What do you think the batting team here, Highgate, would want to be setting?
I think they'd be comfortable, or they believe that any score. I think 250 is a target, but I think it's important to make sure those last 6 overs you can actually go really hard and not be 7 down and be worried about being bowled out, which is a position we've been in quite a few times this year. So I'm quite happy if they push it around for 5, 6 and over without playing any big shots.
And today, is Sachin playing in the second team?
Yeah, they're at Stanmore.
And where's Highgate's second team in the league, and where is Stanmore in the league?
I'm not sure about Stanmore, but I know our second team had a great start to the season, and their form has dipped lately, but I think we are mid-table safe. Probably some sort of positive result today. We're probably mathematically safe, but to be honest, for most of the season we've been in the top half of the table. So I think so far it's been a good season for the second team in a very strong league. Great shot, Jake.
Yeah, Jake biding his time, and that shot no less controlled than all of the punches he's hit along the ground for one. This time getting one where he wanted it, lifting it comfortably over the bowler. Ball before, Fraser sweeping the ball with power, and backward square leg doing a good job to stop the boundary. Jake takes a single. Perhaps when you're watching a game with wickets in hand, you get itchy for the acceleration, and judging that is an art. But perhaps Fraser and Charlin just going up a gear.
Fraser's a great manipulator of the ball.
Shah firing one in. So the last over from Iman got control back. The over before from him, Sharland hitting him down the ground. Here's Fraser knocking that out to mid-wicket for one. Sharland, as he has done all day, punching the ball along off. Shah comes in to bowl at Fraser. So it's all set up here for the last 10 overs. Highgate 191 for 3. "36 overs bowled, 9 overs left. 191. So we've only had a complaint from Ed Foster, complaining about Dick Holly's poor language, which is fair enough.
And he feels I sit on the fence with my opinions.
And want strong opinions from Simon Rawson, who is he's a pleaser, Simon Rawson. He's always seeking to soothe egos and sit on the fence. Iman's last over. And we talked about twos earlier, but that isn't one. Sharland confident he's going to make that run back now as he is on strike. And that ball keeping low. Ball keeping low there. It has kept low from that end in particular for the opening bowler, Moeed. And that one there from Iman keeping low. Jake keeping his shape, waiting and hitting it hard. Long on fields. Iman 3 balls to go in for him today. Callum just able to keep that one out. Iman definitely the pick of the bowlers today. Just that one over where Highgate got hold of him, but he's tested both sides of the bat. And there, Fraser up to that ball on leg stump, hitting it hard for 4 to wide long on. And that's a very good spell from Iman. 8 overs remaining now for Highgate as they've set up this chase. 7 wickets in hand. Iman bowled out. It's still Shah from this North London end. Highgate 198 for 3. Of 37 overs, here's Shah now to Sharland. Charlton definitely looking to get on with it, but not to the pitch of that one. It falls short of Gully. Charlton on 80 plus runs here. Lost his shape a bit there, aiming to the offside and the ball going out to the square leg boundary. Looking a bit tired. Very effective from Fraser there. That's 200 runs for Highgate as Fraser sweeps that well behind square for 4 runs. Seven and a half overs left for Highgate here. Shah floats it and Fraser hits the full toss just short of extra cover running in. It's just on the half volley. 2 to come. Feel Jake has itchy feet here, wanting to light the fuse. Yeah, and that one too good for Jake and the keeper. It's 4 byes. Jake caught between wanting to get on with it, feeling very much in, but also being tired. This is the bane of the club cricketer. By the time you're in, you're knackered. No runs for Jake Sharland off that last ball, but 4 runs for Highgate as they look to post a competitive total for Osterley to chase. And after 38 overs, it's 208 for 3. 7 overs left. We heard from the Highgate captain earlier and from some of the players, including Josh Taylor, 220 was seen as the floor. Anything above that, they feel their bowlers can defend in this must-win game for Highgate against Osterley Cricket Club. Today, Saturday, the 14th of August. Highgate in the relegation zone, 11 points behind safety. It's 10 points for a win. Singh comes back into the attack. And put down at cover. Callum slapped that half volley, and on the rise, cover dive, got 2 hands, goalkeeper style above his head, was able to take enough off it to stop it going for 4, but couldn't hold on for the catch. It's 2 runs for Fraser. 6.5 overs left. It's 39 balls left. Highgate 210 for 3. Highgate wanting to set more than 220 today for Osterley to chase in this limited overs game. We heard former club chairman Simon Rawson say that 250 is a good target to set. Callum getting outside off stump to play that sweep shot, misses the ball, but they run through for the leg bye. 6.2 overs left. Highgate 211 for 3. Still lots of wickets in hand. And it's a contest really between Jake Sharland's ability and his fitness. And he's out. I think tiredness getting the better of Jake there. Made room to force the ball. Hit it just above. Held at cover. But an excellent innings from Jake. He'll be disappointed that he didn't turn it into 120. But, you know, perhaps the key contribution today, more than 80 runs, allowing Highgate to set up a total. We said it was a contest between his undoubted ability and his fitness, and I think we found the result there. An excellent knock from Jake. 88 runs of just 110 balls. He'll be disappointed not to go all the way, but Highgate's still in a strong position. And Taylor has joined the crease. Freddie Barris promised to bring me a fresh orange juice half an hour ago, but if Simon Rawson wants to bring me one now, that would be great. super running there, and the chase is on. Mahood running in hard, an inside edge, and 3 runs taken. Great effort from Mould round the wicket. Good length. With the angle, the umpire happy that wasn't a wide ball. Sorry, not Mould, it's we'll just check for the bowler's name. But that short ball on the offside, hit confidently by Callum. Just 1 run. A little bit of in-swing. That was Maud with 40 overs complete. It's 232 for 5. Highgate passed the total that their captain Freddie wanted to post today. He said 220 will be happy with our attack. Nothing more than that, they're pleased. We heard Simon Rawson say setting 250 was a good score to set. 5 overs to go. Highgate certainly on track to do that. 232 for 5. We heard the importance of having wickets in hand in these last few overs. It is a small ground at Highgate. As Singh arranges his field, knowing the pressure's on, he will be attacked by Highgate's batsman. What has he got? So he takes the edge. He takes the edge. They run through for a single. Keeper rubbing his arm. Hit hard by Barami, but just 1. I think Singh will be happy to just give away a run a ball for this over. 2 balls, 2 runs. Highgate looking for more. Fraser targeting perhaps that mid-wicket boundary. No. Opens the face and hits it out to point. Just 1. Good throw in from the cover point boundary. 3 balls, 3 singles. A well set field here for Singh. Fraser timing that ball well, but not able to find a gap from the boundary riders. Well, it doesn't matter where the fielders are when you hit it over the trees. And Bahami reminding everyone there that this is a small ground. And when you get hold of it, easy to clear the boundary. Great comeback from Singh. finding a line and a length where Bahami couldn't get hold of the ball. But that's a short ball, hit hard in cover point fields, and another excellent throw in from him. Ten runs from the over. The score 242 for 5 of 41 overs. 4 overs to go. Highgate certainly looked likely to pass the 250 mark that former chairman Simon Rawson said was a good score. But it is a small ground, and Osterley are known for having attacking batsmen. I look forward to seeing Highgate's bowlers seeking to combat the Osterley batsmen after an excellent tee from Chanya. But first, 4 overs to go here. Mawadeen to bowl. The ball coming back from over the long on boundary where Barami put it. Hit hard for 4 runs. Craig Gordon from his TP in Buckinghamshire. Craig Gawley, captain at Highgate for a long time, and a great player in this league for this club. Left arm spinner, right-handed batsman, famed celebrator of wickets, and an excellent cricketer. So good to have you watching, Craig. And if you have a question, perhaps you want to hear at length from Dick Holly on batting techniques or the mental approach to the game, whatever question you've got, we'll be glad to get it answered, whether from anyone in the team or behind the bar too. And comfortably taken at mid-on. Fahim Barami looking to push the score on. Maud good enough to, with a short ball, attacking shot ballooned over the bowler, and mid-on took it easily. So a good aggressive knock from Barami with just a few overs to go. And we understand it's not Maud, it's Hussain bowling. Apologies for that. An excellent short knock from Barami, giving impetus to this innings. And Hussain gets another one. Just caught on the knee roll. Looking to work it. He has scored well on the leg side today, Fraser. Timed the ball well, but missing that one, and umpire's fingers raised. Fraser going for an important 27. Strongest behind square on the leg side. Some good sweeps. Josh Taylor out to the crease. We think his dad's watching in South Africa. Left-handed batsman. Playing a season here in England at Highgate. Just a few overs for him to work with, but keen to see him bat. And Hussain is on a hat-trick. So Hussain forcing the full stroke from Barami to have him caught at mid-on, and then pinning Fraser in front with a ball just full of length that would have hit middle and leg up towards the top of the stumps. And here comes Hussein on a hat-trick, bowling at Josh Taylor. And he survives. Hussein getting a little bit of swing from the hand, but not trying to pitch the ball very full, more trying to hit the wicket. There's another back of a length ball. Pulled comfortably for 2. And that's 250. The 250 is up for the Highgate Cricket Club. 251 now for 7. And there are 3 overs to go. Danny Blyton and Josh Taylor at the crease. Both good young cricketers, both all-rounders. Danny playing that pull shot very comfortably. And here's Josh now taking guard. Josh Taylor of Barrack Cricket Club in Johannesburg. Right arm swing bowler, left-handed batsman. Danny Blyton from a great cricketing family in North London, an off-spinner, right-handed batsman. And here's Singh coming over the wicket. 3 overs for Josh. He's only faced 1 ball so far. Just tucks that for 1. Bringing Blyton back on strike. Blyton's only faced 1 ball as well, so these are 2 new batsmen at the crease with now 17 balls left in this innings. They will look to be positive. And that's timed very well, and long off can't stop it. He reached out, timed the ball well there, to the right of cover's hand and to the left of long off, who couldn't get round. Kept his shape. Singh in again. Blyton with his bat high. Takes a single to long off. Extra cover comes in for Josh. There's a long on and a deep square leg. A long off. So only 3, deep long off, deep long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. So 4 fielders out. Josh plays the pull shot, tries to get it between the square leg and the mid wicket, but it's cut off. For Danny, he has a deep mid wicket, a deep long on, a deep long off, and a deep extra cover. Hit out to long off for 1. And that's over a good over from Singh. .259 for 7, 2 overs to go. 270 would be a runner ball. 11 off this over would give them a total of a runner ball. Danny hits that hard back past the bowler, and it's fielded well in front of the sight screen. Yeah, Highgate in an excellent position here. 260 for 7. 11 balls left. Josh Taylor on strike. Here comes Hussain. Pitched up, and that's hit wide of long off. He let it come to him. Timed it wide of mid off, long off for 4. A lovely shot there by Josh Taylor. Wasn't a half volley, was just on the full side, but hit on the up. Here comes Hussain again. Yeah, length pulled back, and Josh adjusts brilliantly and times that down to third man, who he beats, and it's 4 more. Just a very small adjustment there from Josh Taylor to play that ball along the ground, using the pace and beating the fielder. 9 runs from the first 3 balls of this Hussain over. Not a bad over by any means, but Taylor and Brighton batting well. Yeah. Hussain, well, he just tightened his line up, cramped Taylor a little bit, but he'll be disappointed not to stop that ball as it comes back, and keep the momentum. 10 off 4 balls this over. Brighton back on track. That was a better length from Hussain, though Brighton's already shown he has a good pull shot, so let's see. Yeah, and as so often when the chase is on, keeping the ball away from the arc of the batsman, often effective. Good length, good line from Hussain, well bowled. 1 ball left for Hussain today. He does have 2 wickets. And that's held by mid-on. 3 wickets for Hussain. Brighton seeking to move the game on. Just 7 balls left. And Hussain holding his length so that Brighton couldn't get hold of it, and mid-on didn't make a mistake. I think it was a very good finish from Hussain to that over. Attacked early on, with the pressure on, found his length and was able to finish with 3 wickets today. 3 for 45 for Hussain. He'll be happy with that. And with 1 over to go, Highgate still in a good position. 8 wickets down. The score's 269 for 7. Six balls left. The score 269 for 7. Josh Taylor is on 12 from just 7 balls. And the new batsman is Max Harris. This is the left-hander that Simon Rawson was calling for earlier. Now there's 2 left-handers out there. To go before the players retire for one of the county famous teas from Chania, Thai food served at Highgate Cricket Club. Here comes Osterley now, bowling to Max Harris. Open stance, he misses it misses leg stump and the keeper, and Harris gets off strike. One of those front on stances David Lloyd and Mark Butcher are so upset about. Taylor more classical, side on. but the result's the same. Nori bowling well here. 2 balls. Batsman not being able to hit either, just the 1 by scored. That's 270, which is a runner ball for 45 overs. There's 3 balls left. Nori starting very well here. Harris facing up. Plays it late, but with a short swing, takes 1 to long on. 2 balls to go, Taylor on strike. .271 the score. So that looks like a wide. Keeper looks tired there, coming off his hands into the grill. A wide and a run. 273 the score. Nori bowled well this over, but he'll be disappointed with that. Harris on strike. Would like to see him use his long levers here with a long swing. It's just another leg by. 274 the score. Nori bowling here at Josh Taylor. 274 for Highgate Cricket Club. Hit out of the middle, beats the bowler. Max Harris looking for a second, but it's not there. 275 the final score. 275 for 8. This is a must-win game for Highgate today. They'll be happy they've posted a score above a runner ball. They have remarked that Osterley are known for being an attacking batting team, so it'll be a challenge for Highgate to defend, but certainly that score makes them competitive. Osterley, I think, kept at it, kept taking wickets, 8 in all. Probably Highgate just noses ahead with runs on the board, but this can be a high-scoring ground. We'll join you in 20 minutes for Osterley's chase. So we've heard there's been 38 extras in that total, and Okay, so we're still here at Shepherd's Cot, Osterley, chasing 278 to win. It's Freddie Barris with the ball. Freddie going past the bat. Bilal here with a strong start for Osterley. Played some beautiful shots, to be honest. All around the ground. Meeting fire with fire. But it's a big total. Yeah, and gets it between point and cover, and that runs away for 4. Freddie's haircut. Freddie Barris come in for some comment. Thought it was a good idea while England were in the Euro Championships. Thought it could help turn Highgate's fortunes around. Thought maybe his teammates would follow him, get similar cuts. It is an aging team, so a few people missing hair. And comes Freddie again. Bilal, elegant batsman. Happy to watch that one seam through to Ali behind the stumps. Barris. Yeah, full, but wide and seaming away. That's a good contest. Highgate putting runs on the board. Limited overs match. Osterley coming out and being very aggressive at the start. .45 for none from 9. Highgate started with 2 slips and a gully. Still keeping Jake in. Jake Sharland at first slip. Ed Atkins has gone down to fine leg. There's a gully. So the field is first slip, gully, point. There's a cover boundary fielder, cover fielder in the ring, and a long off. On the leg side, there's a long on, someone just in front of square in the ring, and a fine leg, very fine. 6-3 field. Max Lewis with the ball. First ball, happy to launch Max Lewis into the sight screen. Sharma's been the junior partner in this opening partnership, but looking to get in on the fun. What has Lewis got now? First ball went for 6. So you can see what he was thinking there. Looking to take it wide, shaping the ball away, looking to get it out of Sharma's arc, but just went a bit wide there. The Osterley batsmen, Sharma and Bilal, putting the Highgate bowlers under pressure. Here comes Lewis again. Better line, just good line, good length, and just seaming away. Can he build some pressure here by keeping the ball where Sharma doesn't want it? Lewis again, tall man. Sharma rides that, and Taylor's with a brilliant stop from point. Ooh, excellent fielding from Josh Taylor. 2 runs though. Osterley running well between the wickets here. Sharma just adjusting his pads. Barris at long off doing some stretches. He's bowled 5 overs so far. Here comes Max Lewis. Yeah, and he's beaten him on the outside. So started under a lot of pressure. Hit for 6 first ball, then a wide. Since then, bowling the line and the length that he wants to bowl. As Osterley seek to chase down this score of 279. Fraser and Taylor at gully and point, denying the run. Shadows just starting to lengthen here at Shepherd's Cot as Max Lewis comes in. And that's over. Yeah. So long on was in about 10 yards, 12 yards maybe from the boundary, and went over his head and a few bounces for 4. Had he been on the boundary, that would have been a catch. Sharma just towing that one, but it's a small ground. And yeah, Sharma's seeking a new bat. It did sound funny, that one. "13 runs off the over. Osterley starting very well. Osterley 58 for none of 10. Highgate was 61 for none of 10. Barris continuing here in his 6th over. clean hit from Bilal and really well fielded by Billy Blyton at long on. Say so far probably Osterley a little more aggressive with the bat and Highgate probably a little slicker in the field than the first innings. Shah changing his bat. Barrison again at Shah with a new bat. And Taylor fields at point.
Yeah, hi Joe, and thanks for passing on the old microphone. It's an interesting game here, I think, developing.
Yeah, so Salman, you've been down here keeping an eye on this game between Highgate and Osterley and moving around the ground. So it's an important game, this one, for Highgate in the relegation zone. How do you think it's set up?
I mean, this at the minute it's poised for even isn't it, I suppose. I mean, looking at you posted a very good score, 280, I think it was, in the around that mark, and Osterley had a great start. The openers looked very well settled. The short boundary, small ground. 280 is a kind of sport that has been chased regularly in the past. So I think it's going to be a very interesting game. I mean, with Osterley, we always know they're a very dangerous side. They like to attack. But a couple of quick wickets, could change the game completely in space of like 10-15 minutes. So I think the key spell will be when your change bowlers come on and how they affect the game, in a positive way for you guys, hopefully.
Right. So today is the start again of the limited overs section of the season. 4 games left, all now limited overs, and so clubs have to use at least 5 bowlers. I think Osterley used 7 bowlers in their innings, but Salman pointing out the importance of the change bowlers, and I'm really struck. Each point of this game, it's been competitive and evenly poised, and I'm just aware around the county, we're 14 weeks into the season, but there's still lots of competitive games and lots of games that matter. So what else is happening around the county today in the league that you're particularly keeping an eye on?
Well, I did come to some of North London play. We're obviously champions and promoted, which is good, but we've had a bit of a setback. Say one of our main players, Will Jones, coming off injured during the second over, I think it was. Southampton looking in a good position to chase down a total of 212, I think we scored in the end. They're 1 down for around 70, 80 odd, and they've got 2 guys who are seeing the ball quite well, so I think Southampton's definitely the driving seat here. Over at Crouch End, back into the runs today, posted 320 against Finchley, which I'm sure should be enough to defend and get him back in on a winning trail and possibly push towards the title as they were looking to do early in the season.
Crouch End in the shake-up, North Mid, a few 100 metres further away. Do you have any news from their game, or we'll wait and see?
No, so they're playing Shepherd's Bush away, which is never an easy game. And I know they've had a couple of players not available today, key players, such as Evan Flowers who's away on holiday at the moment. So Northwood posted, I think it was just over 200, but were bowled out in 40 overs, which is a bit of a, I'm not going to say it's a sin, but it's quite criminal in fact when you play 50 over cricket or 45 over cricket to be bowled out with overs remaining. Which could be crucial towards the end because the Bush are around 70 odd for 3 at the moment and reply for around 28 overs, so that could really, those 10 overs they've lost and could have maybe knocked another 20-30 runs from possibly could come down to deciding who wins the game or who loses. So that's an interesting game. Teddington away at Hampstead, who are chasing also in for that title. Tennyson look in a good position when I last checked. We're chasing 176 and I think we're 60 for 1. So that's looks like Tennyson in the driving seat. So North Mid occupying the top spot, but the two closest rivals, Crouch and Tennyson, both look like they're going to win today.
Thanks, Salman. And here, Max Lewis bowling well, getting one ball to bounce past the outside edge of Bilal and then following up with a Yorker. His first over was expensive. The depth in bowling so important in these limited overs games.
Massively, as you said. I mean, Osterley used 7 bowlers. You said so. I mean, I'm not. I know you've got the Blyton boys. Will they bowl today? Will they both bowl?
I was talking to them. So there's Danny and Billy, and there's an off spinner and a leg spinner. So those options are there. I think Osterley bowled 4 spinners today, 2 offies and 2 left armers, and Iman for them really put the brakes on, bowled very well in the middle, the left arm spinner, and started to get it to turn. And that's a great shot from Bilal out to the cover point boundary, just 1 run.
I think what's important in these kind of games is as you know, the overs tick by and the runs keep coming and the wickets not falling. It's important to keep your cool as a captain, as a team, but also get your fields right. You know, get players in key positions, but also making sure you have the correct field when you're bowling to certain batsmen. You know, it looks like Jake obviously is bags of experience, played in this club for a massive amount of time, captain the side. You know, he's a key player for Freddie. He's the right hand man, I imagine, and give him lots of good advice. But yeah, I think definitely, you know, knowing your field and having played in key positions, because that one catch could easily change the game. You know.
Yeah, it's interesting. Osterley picking up a few wickets at mid-on and deepish mid-on and putting a few down at cover. So see whether those 2 positions are important in this Highgate innings.
Yeah, I mean, I did watch some of your seedings, and I mean, I wasn't overly impressed with their fielding. They look kind of sort of mixed side, sort of age-wise, really. They seem to have a couple of guys maybe pushing on age-wise, and some young lads as well. But I mean, their fielding wasn't great. And I know you've got a good fielding style. You look around, lots of athletic, mobile sort of guys who can, you know, dive around and save vital runs when needed.
So if you're watching on the live stream, you get a good view of the batting and the bowling. You don't always see the fielding. And at point for Highgate is Josh Taylor, who's very mobile, quick over the ground, covers well. Danny Blyton, another good fielder. Now this one's skied up in the air. Josh is under it. He's running back and held. So just as we were discussing, just as Salman said, the importance of having the fielders in the right place and having good fielders. So Josh at point, having to run back, quick enough, dexterous enough to make that look pretty easy. It was not exactly a sky, but it went pretty high and would have swirled away from him, and it looked pretty comfortable in the end under the catch.
Very good catch, Joe. Very good catch. I mean, it wasn't easy. You know, ball swirling around in the air. He had to run away towards his right, and took an excellent catch. As I said, it's one of them, could that be one of the moments that turns the game? You know, we have to wait and see.
And that's hello Sachin. That's Bilal gone, who was striking the ball very well. Dangerous player. I think he definitely got the better of the early exchanges. But Max Lewis there forcing the error. Josh Taylor taking the catch. And having good fielders and having them in the right place.
It does seem to be a little bit heated, the game. I'm not going to obviously say it's over the top, but I think there are words being exchanged occasionally here and there. It's going to be quite... And I think that always adds to the sort of spice of the game, doesn't it, you know? You want to see cricket played competitively. You don't want things to go overboard. But I think that competitive edge also makes the game a bit more interesting, doesn't it, you know? And speaking of Josh Taylor's going to come into bowl now.
Yeah, Josh Taylor coming onto bowl. So, Bilal out. I didn't see what happened. It may have been disappointed at getting out. Highgate may have been excited at getting him out. I think in India, you know, you say a bit of masala's okay, but also at the end of the day, cricket at every level, respecting your opponents is really important. It's been a nice game today and a lot of respect between these teams. But both teams want to win for their own self-respect, and Highgate certainly needing a win today, being in the relegation zone. So a lot of excitement to take that wicket after an excellent opening partnership from Osterley.
I'm always interested in these sort of numbers Osterley seem to have at the back of their shirts, and this guy company's number is 100. Now, I mean, has he chose that number, or has that been given to him because he's 100 played for Osterley? I'm really interested to find out how these numbers turn around.
The most runs he's gone for off is 9
Okay.
So that's Rory who bowled a good spell of off spin earlier. Here's Josh Taylor. And he goes past the edge. Josh Taylor from Barrack Cricket Club in Johannesburg. They've been building a new pavilion this winter. Pretty exciting for that club back there. And we saw Josh come in at the end of Highgate's innings, left-handed batsman, and scored about strike rate of about 150. Scored about 15 runs off 10 balls, something like that, just to help move the Highgate innings on at the end. And here he is bowling out swing. Hasnain Ali up to the stumps. This is something else that's a feature of the league, is a lot of keepers up to the medium pacers. How important is that in club cricket?
I mean, if you've got a bowler, so you've got a guy who bowls to the wicket and can bowl to the field, then it's massively important because it just negates that sort of batsman trying to take advantage of, obviously the short boundary here and come down the ground. I mean, look, here you go. Is that another one now? It is. Yeah! So there you go, Joe. As I said, a couple of quick wickets and the game could change, can't it? You've got the other opening batsman now probably thinking I've got to take control here, and he's gone.
So we've been joined by Bill Bowley, who's pointed out there's only 2 people watching the live stream globally, but for both of us, that's Freddie Barris taking that catch at long on, and I'd love an orange juice, please.
There you go. Look, game changing in the space of 6 balls, isn't it? Or less than that, maybe. 2 wickets. Very quickly, both members are out. 2 new bats at the crease now. So this is where, as I said, the change bowlers are important. And both have come on and made a difference, haven't they?
Yeah, and Freddie Barris and Josh Taylor there. A lot of affection between those two, the bowler and the captain and the person who took the catch, and a couple of words there about what they're trying to do. New batsman comes in.
Just that point you mentioned about keepers stand up, though. I mean, it's a specialist position, we all know that. But it makes a big difference for sides if you've got a guy who can do what Hasnain's doing for you guys. It just takes that kind of, that equation out of the action, doesn't it? Where someone's come down the wicket and try and hit big shots and makes them think, differently, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. So new batsman in.
I'm going to bow out now, Joe. Thanks for inviting me onto this.
Salman, thanks for joining us on the Highgate live stream.
Yeah, it's been
important
great.
Game in the league today, and let's see how it shapes up. Thanks
No
a lot,
problem.
Salman.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Thank you, Salman. Damien Holiday here. Highgate through and through. Been 20 odd years, 25 years maybe. And just joined here, and it's getting very interesting indeed. Highgate best batting performance of the season by a long way. Openers I thought were, Osterley openers I thought were looking very assured, very straight, very unflustered by the pace, looking very good, but Highgate come back in it, 2 quickish wickets, bowling a little bit shorter of a length, all seems to be stopping a little bit, and 2 catches. Oh, I missed that. I was out the bar.
No, that's right. So that's interesting. And welcome, Damien. And you think maybe we were just over pitching slightly earlier?
A little bit foolish. Enables a swing of the bat.
Yeah.
But it was a power play.
And by just pulling that length just that little bit shorter, harder to time the ball, you can tell that Highgate's certainly feeling in a stronger position now. Sharlan's moved from first slip down to third man, but he's increased his average chat from down there to small ground. So even though he's at the other side of it,
we can
still hear.
We can hear him.
For the record and for any umpires listening, it's all very good natured.
Very good natured. Yeah. So this is Josh Taylor bowling a nice length, just sort of good length, just sort of short, yeah, seems to have stopped. Run rate seems to have stopped a little bit. We're looking, it's a beautiful day here on the Shepherd's Cot. We're watching, also can see North London and somebody. Can't see.
South Hampstead.
South Hampstead. People playing
So
tennis.
it is a lovely day. There's people playing tennis. Shadows lengthening here. Blackberries ripening on the fence. And players returning from the second team fixture. Fourth team fixture called off today. Eventually conceded, so the crowd is growing. Some very well-dressed observers, spectators.
Enjoying the weather.
Well-heeled clientele enjoying the cricket here.
And for all our Antipodean and Asian friends, family out there who may not have anything better to do but listen to us on a Saturday afternoon or evening, wherever you guys are, then hello and welcome.
So here's Max Lewis again. So first over, he was attacked while he was still settling in, and they took him on. Came back with his second over and got the big wicket of Bilal. It looks he's a tall man, able to move the ball. We know that Max Lewis's brother Josh is living in Australia. So hello to Josh. This is much better than watching Australia in Bangladesh, I guess. So. Hope you're enjoying this cricket.
Yes!
Brilliant fielding there. Brilliant fielding there from Josh and Danny Blyton. So just a mix-up. We talked about Highgate being a better fielding team on what we've seen today than Osterley. Osterley perhaps striking the ball cleaner, but Highgate's fielding that little bit sharper. And they're picking the ball up quickly, a cover point, and a turn and throw, and the batsman was short of his ground.
So yeah, very interesting now. Highgate seem to have wrestled the initiative a little bit, applying a little bit of pressure here. Not quite sure what that batsman was doing, wandering up the wicket there, hitting it to cover. So, second team are back after an interesting performance, I think we could say.
The Italian connection, Babagliati, the ice cream batsman from the second team. Max Lewis at the end of his run. 3 wickets down now, Osterley, so run rate not an issue, but wickets could be.
Yeah. Max Lewis, tall, wiry, medium fast bowler. He seems to be bowling on a good length, majority of the time, and taking the pace off a little bit compared to the openers who are bowling at a rapid pace, and asking the batsman to hit it a bit harder, but also just shorter, and either hit it into the ground or having to lever it over. The smallest ground we've got here, so bowling a very good spell on a decent line and a decent length, and asking interesting questions. Not necessarily moving it both ways as yet, or swinging it, but pitch looks a little bit green for those in Australia.
Yeah, just bowling a good length. Here it comes. Hussain not ready. And it was good to see Lewis celebrate that wicket, that run out there. Lewis celebrated it as a bowler, kind of like he was claiming it for himself, which is, a sign of a good bowler. Always looking for a wicket. A run out can knock the wind out of a team, and you sense at the moment Osterley disappointed to lose that wicket in that fashion.
It was unnecessary.
In comes Lewis and bowls. And Hussain's tucked that round.
Nice shot.
Loud, cool and confident run from Nouri. So Damien, you've been involved in plenty of chases at Highgate, some of them successful. What's the key when you're chasing a score like 280? What's the mindset and how do you approach it? Well, for me, not being a man who could hit the ball particularly hard in my youth, I would be knocking it about. Trying to knock it about, try and put a bit of pressure on the ball, on the fielders by quick runs, trying to turn those ones into twos. And then when the bad ball is here, it is there and presents itself, then you try and make the most of it. Also, being a smallish pitch, try and use the pace. If you've got quicks on, don't need to launch it to Muswell Hill. Use the pace.
So that's interesting because although it's a big score, being confident that you can get it piece by piece and not looking to launch too early.
If it's there, launch. But if it's not, why push it?
And it is hard chasing a score. When Highgate were posting this 280, it was built really on Jake Charland knocking a lot of singles. Of course, when the boundary ball was there, it was taken. But he was content to work the ball around. When there's a target's being set, you feel that pressure to score more quickly than maybe you need to.
Agreed, absolutely. You just need to stay there or thereabouts, don't you, with the run rate? Don't need to hit the ball particularly hard. If the ball's there, hit it. If not, maneuver it around. Small ground. Pitch is reasonable. The outfield's reasonably quick.
Taylor now. Into Hussein actually, and he beats the bat.
Nice ball. That moved away, did it, or did it hold its line?
Just gets a little bit of out shape here. Josh Taylor.
Had the batsman feeling.
Already taken a wicket today and a catch. Hussein on strike. Here comes Taylor.
Just pushed out to point, no run.
So Damien, here you've got an outswing bowler, medium pace outswing bowler. You're new to the crease. Where would you be looking to score off a bowler like Josh Taylor?
Oh. I'll be looking to get the bat on it, angle the bat, and angle it down to behind square.
That Joe Root area.
Joe Root area.
Just run it down there, and it does go quickly down that slope down to
it's only 50 yards, isn't it? 60 yards. And just take the single, move on. Thank you very much. That one there was just pushed fullish on the leg side, and Hussein went for the big square hoik.
Yeah, Hussein new to the crease, so it does take a while to find your balance when you come in. Once set, he might want to put that one away, but still new to the crease here. It's Josh Taylor now, running in again. Swinging from the hand.
And that's through to the keeper and no run. Nice and tight. It's a good line, good length. Bringing the man forward. Keeper standing up. Slight misfield there at cover.
Yeah, it was hit nicely, wasn't it? It was a good sound off the bat.
Lovely.
Half stopped at cover by Fahad, who bowled quickly at the start, but was expensive.
He was quick. My view, he was a little bit over pitched, but he was bowling fairly rapid.
So Nouri there trying to work the ball away behind point, but couldn't get it backward of point, and there's no run. And it's a good over from Taylor, and the run rate has slowed down a lot. So having been 59 of the first 10, they've added another 9 runs off the next 5 overs, and the score now is 68 for 3 from 15 overs.
How many overs are we facing? 45 overs. So we're about a third of the way through, and they've 60 odd. They've fallen a little bit behind. Lewis in. Blighton stops it in the covers.
Slight misfield and they nick a one there. He's got long off. He's got wide cover. Point. Third man. First, there's one slip in. There's a short mid wicket. Long on. Square leg. And what? Oh, I've lost him. Did we have we got a wide fine leg?
No.
If he's there, he's hiding under the tree.
It's a 6-3 field for Max Lewis as he comes in again. Back of a length ball and
hey!
Brilliant fielding. Brilliant fielding from Josh Taylor. So there we saw Nouri use the pace of the ball and dab it in just behind point. They set off quickly for the one. Taylor was in rapidly, picked and direct hit, but Hussain was home.
That was a superb throw, that.
More evidence of Highgate's good fielding. So 6-3 field for Lewis. There's a long on, a short mid wicket and a square leg on the leg side. The slip, a third man, point where Taylor is, extra cover boundary, a cover field where Blighton is, two of the better fielders. Freddie Barris at long off. Jake Sharland is first slip with his hands on his knees, and here comes Lewis. Yeah, still hitting that good line. And Danny Blighton can't get down quickly enough to stop that one. So it's 4 runs. A good shot there from Hussain.
Yes, that's a little bit overpitched, that one. Encouraged the man onto the front foot and a full flurry of the bat. And went through for 4.
Watching back the replay of that run out, so Hussain was a little slow setting off, but he was home despite the direct hit from Josh Taylor.
That's a good decision then. Good decision.
John makes very good decisions.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's picked that up over square leg, and Fraser is able to just pull it in before the boundary. Very well fielded there by Callum. Often the ball at Highgate runs away a little lusher than normal, and
pull that back.
Yeah. Hit hard by Nouri, out to the cover boundary. Thrown in by Billy Blighton.
That is the over. 6 off that over? 7 off that over. That's more up with the rate.
So what field has Josh got here? Bowling from the North London end. What has he got?
Someone on the... He's got third man. He's got a point. He's got cover point. Cover. Ooh. That's squirted out to the through mid wicket for a single. Then he's got long off. Long on. He's got mid wicket. He's got deep mid wicket and third man on the 1. Fine leg on the 1. Sorry. On the 45. So
5-4 field for Josh as he comes in now, bowling at Hussain. away at that line, and Hussein can't beat point.
No, he was just dabbing that, wasn't he? That was his plan for that ball. So, let's see what Joss can serve up. In he comes. Little bit shorter. Hussein knocks it to deep mid wicket and they take a single. I think Highgate content let them get the ones. Try and squeeze this pressure. It's an overs game, is that right, Joe?
45 over game, there's no draw in this game. And comes Taylor.
So that was outside off stump, shortish. Batsman went to cut, / dab and missed it. Keeper takes.
So, Taylor bowling with a 5-4 field, Max Lewis bowling with a 6-3 field. The only runs Taylor's conceded have been off balls on middle and leg when he's bowling.
A little bit shorter, yes. Straying to middle and leg. Oh, that's a nice ball. That was a bit quicker. Probably just short of a good length. Maybe a good length. And play confidently on the front foot back to
it's Barami at cover.
That's another dot.
And comes Taylor again as
Big.
Nori waits. Full ball on the stumps, played out to mid-on where Dinesh fields it.
Again, another over. So was that 3, 4 off that over?
3 off the over, and the score's 79 for 3 from 19 overs.
So that's 4 and they're at 4 and over.
Or 17.
They're needing
6.5.
6.5. Ever creeping out. Got
For the innings as a whole, the target is 6.5.
6.5.
6.4.
So they've got another 210 to get off 30.
200. Yeah.
200 to get off 26 overs.
And apologies, it's 17 overs bowled, so there's 28 overs to go.
See, that is a good ball. Just short of a length. Rears up. Batsman on the front foot. Can't then necessarily get any power to play more an aggressive shot rather than an onside push. So another dot ball.
Lewis using his height. Nori faces. Here comes Lewis again. Going for the Yorker, and the Highgate team, we've talked about it, point and cover, two of the better fielders in the team, and there's no run there.
Yes, that was Yorker just outside off stump. Batsman dug it out, squirted it off to point, but there was no run. And then again, just good length, just short of a good length. Batsman comes forward and plays a elevated forward defensive, and the ball rolls out to cover for no run.
So Damien, the change here, I notice Charlton has come into a shortish extra cover. Freddie Barris is at cover. The two close catchers there.
For me, that would seem to suggest that they're just trying to close off that drive, just to close off that gap for 4, the 4 shot, and then if he does edge it, we do have somebody down here at third man to pick that up, but it's quite a bit more of a defensive field. Aiming, I think, to put the pressure on and squeeze that run rate because it climbs with every ball.
that slip coming out, going in to reinforce the offside. Max hitting a good length, and they're just straying a bit straight, but would have cut off the single. Here comes Lewis again. It's played out again in a very good over.
I think my children are calling me, so Joe, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks for joining, Damien.
I've enjoyed this, and I hope you have around the world. If you haven't, please direct all hate mail to joe.phelan at... I'll leave you. Those that know will know his contact details. Anyway, best of luck, everybody.
Pleasure, Damien. Thank you very much. Taylor in. Attacking the stumps of Hussein, who beats Taylor, and they take a single. Freddie leaves it for Dinesh, for Dilshan, who cleans up. Taylor again attacking the stumps. But just loses it down the leg side there. Hussein and Nouri certainly seeking to rebuild, not trying to take risks. 3 wickets fell quickly after a good start for Osterley, and these two want to rebuild. Here comes Taylor. And that's nicely played. Gets that one off his legs, and actually very well fielded by Billy Blyton, running round from mid-wicket to field that fine leg with a slide. 2 runs saved by that boundary dive from Billy Blyton. Taylor in. And that's the end of the over. The Barrack Cricket Club man Josh Taylor, tidy over, but 1 loose ball on the legs that didn't really get punished thanks to the fielding of Billy and a wide. But Highgate in the ascendancy, but you can sense Osterley looking to get a foothold back in the game through this partnership. Nouri and Hussein. comes Lewis. Hair flopping. Effort ball, just down leg. Ali, then Ali gets over to pick up the wide. 38 extras by Osterley towards Highgate's total. Just 2 extras. Highgate. Here comes Lewis again. Out to point where Josh Taylor fields. It'll just offering to shape away a little. You can see Nori now faced some 23, 24 balls. Wants to be the target. Saying have settled things a bit. Nori. Lewis tested him out with a shorter ball and he put it easily. Hit hard through square leg for 4. And who times the ball through point, beating both Taylor with his dive to his right hand and Billy Blyton running round on the boundary. And a good shot from Nori. Lewis under pressure again. Lewis finding his length again, but Nori able to take another single. And in comes Hussein on strike. Lewis tall, gathers, and it's a pick-up ball shot that he hasn't really got hold of, but it's hit far enough in front of square that Fraser can't get round to it. This game seesawing. So we're joined here by Bilal.
Hello.
Bilal, that was fireworks at the start.
Yeah, just wanted to take a bit of revenge with Fahim for leaving the club. That's why we just had a bit of laugh.
Yeah, so it looked like he came hard at you.
Yeah, he literally trying to bounce me every single ball, to be honest. But he had a plan. After hitting for a couple of boundaries, he put a couple of men out, which made me think. Start taking 1s and 2s, but then he started bowling good areas. Luckily, they took him off. I got a couple more boundaries in. But I had a nice go at Freddie, the captain. He was bowling up there. So, yeah.
So, Bilal, we really enjoyed your batting up front. And it looked like Fahim bowled quick, but it seemed like that didn't trouble you. You could use it and
Yeah.
and use that to hit boundaries.
Yeah. I think the only reason is because he's an old club mate. Like we're used to him playing with us, and we know where he bowls and stuff. So that kind of got I wasn't nervous. So that's what they say. Play the ball, not the bowler. So that's what the mindset I had. And just go in and get that job done. But
and I can see also a certain amount of satisfaction. Maybe you didn't get the score you wanted to today, but you did get after Fahim, and he didn't get you out. So that feels pretty good.
Yeah, I think we can say that. But again, we got all love for Fahim. At the end of the day, he can come back to Osterley anytime he wants. The doors are open. The doors are open for him. He's a class player. We love him to bits. But again,
Well, it was a great contest, and it's good to know that competition on the field, but love and respect regardless, which is a good thing. Now, one thing we saw, very dangerous start, and then you lost your wicket.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened there.
Do you know what it is? Basically, sorry, I didn't get your name.
My name's Joe.
Nice to meet you, Joe. Yeah, Joe. So at the start, like the guy who opened the batting with me, he wasn't scoring much runs from the other end, or I didn't give him much opportunity to make the runs. So at least I was expecting him to take a single, at least not hit the boundary ball. That kind of put pressure on me as well. So like I have to search for the boundaries because it's 270 odd on the board, chasing in 45 overs. So I had to give it a go, but there you go.
Yeah, so it's interesting. We were talking about this, the scoreboard pressure. So in Highgate's innings, Highgate, Charland was able to bat a long time and just take a lot of singles because there wasn't that scoreboard pressure. And whereas when you're chasing, you feel that pressure.
100%.
Feel
100%.
maybe you play shots that you don't want to play.
No, I agree with you. So initially, Joe, we wanted to bat first as well because we know, we got a young team and a couple wickets fall and they tend to get in pressure. So our goal was to bat first, but we lost the toss. Not the best toss to lose. So Freddie, they put on a good score. So they put on 276, which is good. I think what's his name? Jake? Is that
Jake Charland.
Jake Charland. Yeah, Charland batted really well up the order, and the left-hander with him just gave him good. So something like this could have happened with us, and we could have been a different story right now. I wouldn't have got out trying to play another shot for a hit for the boundary, searching for the boundary.
So you're just searching a bit when you got out. It was a good catch, I think, by Taylor. Now you're 100 for 3 here. More or less. You need another 175 runs. We've got Nouri and Hussain, but you're still only 3 down. These guys have rebuilt a little. Are they going to do it?
Do you know the skipper's there? So skipper Kamba, Hussain, he's batting. So I think if he's there, he can guide the kids with him and take the game long and win the game for us. But to say again, he's a class player. Only 17, and he's representing counties as well. So I have money on him as well to bat long. But yeah, so here we go. Fahim's back on. Is that Fahim? That is, right?
Yeah, I think that is Fahim.
Let's see. So this is going to be a good competition as well. This year was about 11 when Fahim came to the club.
Okay.
And Fahim was like about 17, 16 when he used to bowl to Nasir.
Right.
Now 6 years later, here we are.
So I've never seen Fahim bowl before. He's obviously got good wheels. Does he move the ball?
Yeah, he actually does. He bowls it both ways. After he bowled a couple on my pads when I flicked him for 4, he took 2 away from me. So I set myself on the middle stump, but then again he came back into me again. So that was very smart of him, and that kind of stopped me to search for a boundary again against him. So take one, get off the strike, and look for the bad ball he bowls. But yeah, he's a really good bowler. He bowls it both ways.
Yeah, hitting a good length there.
Yeah.
Getting good bounce.
Yeah.
Nori to it.
Yeah. Do you know what it is like? And this is the bowling we train for as well, with the sidearms and stuff like that in the nets. And the sidearm comes out about 70 plus clicks, and that's what you like to face in club cricket as well. It's good to see the club cricketers getting to that stage. Yeah. You get to see bowlers like him and batters coming in and just.
Yeah, it was a great show. So absolutely. So, we saw, your attack today. Maybe because Fahim's playing here, but also, COVID pings people for different reasons.
Yeah, 100%.
Was more of that kind of classic medium pace attack, especially in the middle. You know, just trying to bowl stump to stump,
Yeah.
which is a big part of club cricket.
100%.
And you have to learn how to deal
Keeper
with that.
standing up,
Exactly.
and then the one dibbly-dobbly comes on and
Exactly.
just stops the run rate. Out of
Exactly,
nowhere.
and we can see it here with Josh Taylor, who's bowling from this end as well, the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see
Yeah.
a bowler too with a bit more
100%.
pace. And the things that happen, so, you know, it can go the bowler's way. Sometimes that extra pace,
No,
the
I
batsman's
agree.
got the ability, can suit the batsman
And you know,
too.
good shot. Just the one. You know what it is? The keeper standing up puts a lot of pressure as well. Do you know why? The way I bat, I stand outside my crease to give myself a bit more time so I can
Yeah.
get back and forward. Keeper standing up does put a lot of pressure on you, and you know, if you block the ball, you can't take one or anything because the keeper's right there.
So Bilal, how old are you?
I'm 20.
20. So
Just turned 20 this
so
year.
I'm 48. And what happens when you get older? There's a few things that you get boring about.
Yeah.
You know, over rates, whatever. But I mean, to me, I think that keeper standing up is such an important part of cricket.
100%. Yeah.
And especially any form of limited overs cricket.
Correct. Yeah.
Because in limited overs cricket, as a batsman, you want to be proactive, and
Sure.
if the runs aren't there, you want to change things.
100%.
And the keeper stops you.
Yeah, use your feet, come down
Yeah.
the track and everything. You know, that stops you from doing that, which is a very good move from the opposition. You know.
Yeah, yeah, and Ali kept well today up to the stumps. But I mean, you know, Sam Curran is playing for England.
Yeah.
And I think he's a very skilled bowler.
100%.
But to me, he's a bowler where if Rohit Sharma is going to walk down the wicket at him, you need your keeper to come up.
100%.
75 mile an hour.
Yeah.
You know, that
for
international
Joss,
keeper should be good
for
enough.
Butler,
right?
that's bread and butter as well.
Yeah.
You know, they do that day and time, like that's their job.
Yeah.
So, you know, Butler could have come up and stopped the runs coming in. But,
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we don't see it.
Everyone thinks different. So
yeah, I saw folk stood up to Broad in India.
Yeah, I remember that.
And you can't maybe stand up to Broad in England, but I think you should be
Yeah.
able to stand up to Curran in
Yeah,
England. So.
because you know they're pretty dead. Like there's
Yeah.
no enough bounce on it and stuff. So, you know, you want to see something like that happening as well, just to change up the things to
Yeah.
make the batsman stop scoring runs. And you know, Sharma ended up scoring 100. So was it 83 odd?
Yeah.
And again, KL Rahul is just in top-notch form right now.
Pretty
at the moment,
good.
isn't he? He scored about 50
Pretty
plus
good.
and then 100 again.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Pretty good. Right, so we got spin now for the first time for Highgate. Billy Blyton, classed as a leg spinner. I can't tell you if he bowls a wrong or not. Not because I want to keep a secret, but because I don't know. Bowling from the North London end. Nori, an off spinner himself, is on strike. Here comes Billy Blyton, the leg spinner. And he looked to have quite a lot on that already.
Good loose one to start with.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Billy Blyton has a short third man, a point. He's got protection at cover point. He's got a cover and a long off. It's 5 on the offside. He's got a backward square leg, a mid wicket in the ring, and then he's got a deep mid wicket, or long on, 4 on the leg side.
Well bowled.
Yeah, Bilal appreciating the leg spinner, getting into his work straight away.
Do you know what it is? Like with leg spinners, they're very tempting. You know, I can see the Billy just flying it up there, inviting Camber to go over, which is always a good thing. Here we go again. Camber making a mistake going back. And you know, in club cricket, you don't get much bounce as well, and what we train in the nets. So that leg spin he just bowled, the ball he just bowled, that was just nicely set up in the nets, and you can cut it away for 4 or something. But again, you know, we need to get out of that mentality. Like, here we go, the wrong gun. Oh, he does bowl the wrong gun.
Now, how did he bowl that? Did he bowl that as an off spinner, or did he bowl it as a back of the hand leggy?
He bowled it as an off spinner.
Yeah, I think so.
He bowled
Yeah,
it as
I
an off
think so.
spinner. He bowled it as an off spinner.
Yeah.
Because his arm was still out here. He didn't go near his
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
And he leg spinner shot. That's 4 runs. Beautiful shot from Camber.
Yeah, so this is the contest here. He went back to one, it shot through, just missed off stump, and then
He learned from that, came forward. And
yeah, strong sweep, 4 runs, good contest.
So Joe, tell us about yourself. How long have you been doing this for now?
So first time. So I used to play here at
nice.
Highgate.
Club legend.
Club legend.
Love it.
Club legend. We're all legends. And but I moved to India. Big shout. I moved to India 12 years ago.
Nice. Whereabouts did you go?
I lived in Mumbai for a bit, but I live in Delhi now.
Oh, you live in Delhi now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, and watched the live streams this year, which I enjoy, but I think it needs commentary. And so I'm back for a couple of weeks.
Nice.
And I thought we'll get some mics for the club and we'll do this commentary. I think there's 3 people watch this live stream, so I hope the 3 of you are enjoying this commentary. It's great to have Bilal here from Osterley, and yeah, hopefully the club keep the mics and maybe do some more commentary through the season.
I mean, our goal is to get some cameras as well, and you know, as everything happened for him, left the club, and you know, we didn't have a captain. Now we've got a new captain come in. Now we're rebuilding the team. We've got quite a young team. You know, there's a point like we were looking to get promoted as well.
Sorry for him. 1 second, just some Bilal, some family matters.
और इसी के साथ हमारे साथ है चेतन बोंडा, और ये चेतन बोंडे को वाइट बॉल। चेतन आज बहुत ही गंदी तरीके से आउट हुए हैं, और छिक्का बड़ा प्यारा मारा उन्होंने सीधा। बोंडा मतलब कि जो अपनी इधर देता है, तो बोंडा मतलब एक ही ਹੁੰਦਾ। अच्छा चेतन, अब ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਮਿੱਤਰਾ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ?
Nothing, I just know when I hit the ball, but my bat is automatically swinging. I don't know why.
ओके चेतन, आप टाइमिंग ले क्यों गए थे? आपको कहा था बॉल फाड़ो, बॉल क्यों नहीं फाड़ी?
Naturally timing करना।
अच्छा जी चेतन भाई, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਵਾਂ ਬੱਲਾ ਕਦੋਂ ਖਰੀਦਦੇ ਹੋ?
Soon, very soon.
और ये चेतन पाजी आए हैं अभी 19 महीने हुए हैं इनको आए हुए, और बहुत ही टैलेंटेड ऑफ स्पिनर, और साथ फील्डर भी बहुत अच्छे, और साथ ही 1-2 छिक्के भी कराते हैं। और आप क्या लगता है ओस्टली में और कहाँ जाना चाहते हैं क्लब के अंदर? फर्स्ट टीम आपको कैसा लगा आज पहली दफ़ा खेल के?
अच्छा लगा मुझे था कि मैं इस सीजन खेलूंगा फर्स्ट के लिए, so I expected, but what I expect I didn't do that. That's why.
Joe, sorry, we just had Chaitan. He's just debut game for the ones. Just got it picked up for the twos. Was it off the whole time?
No. So well played. Well bowled today, Chetan. And you opened the batting today. Yeah, so well done. And we were hearing, so Osterley's Osterley, you know, it's a big club in an important part of London, and you know, I played there 15 years ago, league cricket. And you know, all clubs go through ups and downs, so it's great to hear that you're working through it. You know, it's really important, and keep it up on a young team.
Yeah.
We love cricket, so it's good.
So Joe, tell us how was the cricket in India? How's the cricket there?
So I play cricket in India and I love it. We mainly play 20. Well, we only play 20 over cricket.
Even lasting 20 overs there is a big thing, isn't it? In that sun, in India.
Yeah, absolutely. So we played in Mumbai in May, and let me tell you, and we got this really fancy night kit,
Nice.
and we wanted to show it off. So we played a day game in this almost like inky black blue kit. And it just absorbed the heat from the sun, and it was, we were so stupid at playing it. You realise why you should play in whites when it's hot, and that was something. But cricket there's amazing. So all the grounds, obviously the passion for the game, attacking cricket, a lot of fun, and it's also a country where a lot of doors are open in a way. You know, you can go and play in great places. So we're lucky.
And one more thing I would like to say, Joe, is that you know there's no such thing as slogging in cricket anymore. Oh, there's another 6 coming from a North London batsman. North London is bowling or batting there? Bowling?
North London are bowling.
North London are bowling. They just got promoted. They're coming up to our league soon.
Yeah, they've had a strong bowling attack this year. Now they're promoted. They've missed some players today. COVID has pinged a couple, and I think they've gone down with a couple of injuries, so they're struggling today. But as you say, Bilal, they're already promoted. So congratulations to North London.
Congratulations to them. Yeah, they're probably trying to get the seconds back up as well, or something. But yeah, we'll be good to have them in our league next year. But again, Highgate's fighting against
we're
relegation.
fighting to stay in the league too. Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on that, Joe? What the plans? Is that why you guys called up Fahim as well? Or?
So I've no idea about Fahim, but look, you know, Highgate are 9th, so they deserve to be, and I think it'll be difficult. You know, I think obviously today's a must-win game.
Yeah.
But even if we do win today, it's going to take a lot of good results over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
And if we're good enough to stay up, great. And if we're not, that's what it is. You know, that's sport and that's cricket. And you go up and
100%.
down, and there's nothing,
100%.
no shame in it.
That's it. That's how you just work yourself back up again. You learn from the mistakes and move on.
Yeah, I think they've struggled with batting this year,
Mhm.
and today put together a good batting performance.
Yeah. Do you know that at the start of the wicket looked like he was not going to play good. The couple overs at the start, ball stayed low. It was misbehaving.
There was some variable bounce.
Shot, beautiful shot, and that's another 4 from Nasir. Nasir is looking to get in the groove. Here we have the opening bowler. Maud, yeah. Maud, can you have some words for us, please? He's a bit shy.
So Maud at the start, you mentioned sort of the pitch misbehaving, and it looked like he landed the ball in good areas and got some to bounce.
Yeah.
Got some good seam movement too, but then it settled down.
Yeah, then he settled down, and again at the end it was a bit of a shame for him to, come in. He wasn't getting the ball right. Ball was swinging a lot at the end. It was reversing, so that's why he had a couple that went for wide fives.
That was that one over, yeah.
Yeah, the one over, they went for wide fives. But at the end of the day, he's taken a lot of wickets for us so far. Just new to the club, that's what they say. We learn.
So you were saying there's no such thing as slogging?
Oh yeah, sorry. Back to that actually, Joe. Yeah, there's no such thing as slogging in cricket anymore. I think. Like if you attempt to hit a big shot and you try to play that shot again, and you try to mirror that shot again, and practice that shot again. So again, well, that's what I do. If I miss a cover drive, I'm going to try to play a cover drive again to get the shot away. But like the cricket's so fast now. Like nowadays we got 100 ball cricket, T10. Yeah. I've got a tournament on Monday in bank holiday for T10 tournament, which is going to be a bit crazy. 60 ball tournament,
So where's that?
That's happening on the Tigers grounds, which is Spikesbridge, just near Southall.
Yeah.
Then we have one tournament on the 5th, which is happening in Osterley.
Yeah, I agree. So, I've played cricket in India for 12 years, and it's all 2020 cricket, and I think that you can lose your shape on a shot, and you can try and hit a ball too hard.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with showing your stumps and looking to target an area either side of the wicket. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And it's important to have a good base and watch the ball.
100%.
But there's a big thing if you're 2020 teaches you is that it's okay it's okay to get bowled, and it's okay to smash balls on the stumps over mid wicket. And there's a fantastic catch.
What a catch by Dilshan.
So big wicket there for Billy Blyton. And Hussain is out. So Hussain and Nouri have rebuilt there for Osterley and put together a partnership. Hussain, captain today, seeking to guide the team, and got after Billy Blyton. He did hit a 4 earlier, looking to take him down for 6. Dilshan, maybe one of the tallest players for Highgate, on the boundary, and Hussain couldn't clear him.
Yeah, Joe. Another one bites the dust. Now we have Rahil, Imam, and one of our youngsters again. Both Nasir and Nouri and Rahil play cricket together in counties, so they have a good understanding between them two. And I would like them to take the team home. So let's see how they get on.
So Rahil Imam bowled very well for you today.
Yeah.
Took a couple of wickets. He took a good catch at long on as well.
Yeah.
And where are they playing their representative cricket?
Nasir is playing at Berkshire, and Rahil is playing at Middlesex. So they're representing Middlesex Academy and age group. And Nasir's actually got a call up for the second in Berkshire.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Max Lewis there at cover, using the trademark knee technique to stop that ball.
Call it the long barrier. Here we go. Is my name first? My name is Bella. Bella. Call me Billy. You can call me Billy. Hi, Margaret. Do you live in India as well?
No.
Oh.
No, just down the road.
I mean, from what I've been hearing from Joe, he's enjoying it. So, do you go visit him? Or? Oh, lovely. Yeah, COVID's messed up a lot of things, hasn't it? Oh, looking. Yeah, let's see what these two youngsters get up to now. Really good over from Billy Boughton. Again, got a wicket.
Yeah. One thing we thought, so you mentioned the toss is important.
Yeah.
A big advantage for Highgate.
100%.
Another thing we thought was early on, your opening partnership, Chetan and Billy,
Yeah.
you know, you're striking the ball better than our opening partnership. But we felt our fielding, or the Highgate fielding, maybe was a little bit slicker.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree.
And is that something you're looking to work on?
Yeah, 100%. Again, like we're missing about 4 or 5 players from our team again for the incidents that's happened in the past. In last game against Winchmore, 4 of our players got banned for some stupid reasons. But yeah, so we're missing like half of our team. But we got another youngsters to come in and take the job.
Okay.
But yeah, we're still learning. Again, like we're new to the club. It's my first year to the club, and we're trying to rebuild a team. Again, Fahim left the club, and we're looking for a solid youngster team, and we're just trying to build them up to the ones.
That's good. That's good. And I'm sorry about the incidents. We all play cricket. We all get overheated sometimes.
No, I agree. 100%.
Every club has, and every person probably has gotten overheated.
No,
so.
Do you know what it is? Like we're just so passionate about it. Sometimes we just lose our heads and give it away.
Yeah.
Again, we're still young. Joe, sorry to cut you off, but we're still learning, and we're just having a chat every time we go out there. It's just be respectful and treat the game like
That's
a
good.
gentleman.
That's good. I mean, I think everyone has their own thing. I think something that has helped me over time is my teammates. So if I get hot-headed, my teammates, being able to either captain say no, absolutely not, as a superior, or just a teammate, just calming each other down, and because we all lose our cool sometimes, and
100%,
teammates
100%.
can just focus on the good stuff.
Yeah, I'm not really nearly lost my cool as well at the start with the opening bat who batted a left-hander, so he opened the batting. We had a couple of words exchanged, but at the end we shook hands and with it's banter, mate, and we move on. So bit of banter here and there, it's not bad. Just have a good laugh on the field, and again, end of the day, we're leaving work on Saturdays and come and enjoying playing the cricket. So yeah, I mean, you flew all the way from India to come and watch the cricket, so hats off to you, sir.
Absolutely. No, look, it's competition and we're competitive, and it's nice to have a release. Probably the people we scrap with are probably the people who be our best mates if they're in that team.
Yeah.
The people who want to stick up for their team, and don't want to sound Australian.
With you, Joe. I agree with you. So that's Miss Nuri on strike. Flights it up, down the ground for 1. What are your thoughts on Highgate's boundaries? I just wanted to know that.
Good. So we talked about this a bit earlier. So we had Johan from our club was on a Middlesex County League podcast with Kenton. It was set up as a battle between the 2 smallest grounds in the league, and they were going to have a fight off to see who was the smallest. But Johan just said no. Highgate's the smallest, we'll own it.
I've actually played at Kenton, and they've got 1 short boundary at the tennis courts. It literally is just like 30-yard circle and boundaries right next to it. But again, this is one of the smallest grounds I've played at. Should have taken advantage of it, but we move.
Yeah, look, it's a small ground. It's also is a fast outfield. I think that a fair bit of grass usually gets left on the wicket, so that there's something there for the bowlers.
Of course, something there for the bowlers. I agree with you. And surprisingly, the outfield, at the start we've lost the toss now. We're bowling first, but the outfield's gonna be quite damp at the start. But it was nothing like that. The ball, your openers, that when they batted, the ball was running off the bat.
It looks very lush, much lusher than usual. But still, it's fast. Yeah, it is fast.
And I think this is one of the grounds that I'd like diving on. It's quite soft, so I enjoy that. And Osterley, when it gets hot, it's quite dry, and it goes to the brownish colour. When it gets there, it's literally pretty hard.
You get different soil, so that's in the air. And Lewis holds on. Max Lewis there at mid-wicket. Billy Blyton's got another one. Max Lewis made sure they're out by a silver birch tree on the mid-wicket boundary. It's another wicket. So small boundaries at Highgate, but still not able to clear them.
Yeah. Again, Dilshan getting into a heat with a youngster. And just giving him a few words, giving him a send off.
So
part of the cricket.
So there, an example maybe of what we're talking about. Two competitive people,
Yeah.
a couple of words, and then Freddie as captain, Freddie Barris, encouraging both just to calm down and get on with the game.
That's it. That's what the skipper's there for. Then now we have coming in the opening bowler, Mo. We heard coming in. Can hit a big ball. We just need to wait for the right one now. He needs to take the game long and look at the run rate and stuff. And we have Billy again bowling. Just a little nodle on the leg.
Yeah, so Billy leg spinner now, bowling at a left-hander. The first time we've seen him bowl at a left-hander today.
Yeah.
Let's see if he bowls that wrong and again, or if he's happy just
Yeah.
bowling a stock ball.
Ooh, well bowled.
Another leg spinner.
Another leg spinner. Well bowled. Pretty well played by Rahel as well. I think he's going to bowl that wronger if someone's attacking him or something like that.
Right.
Then he will like change it up. But other than that, if the flex is working, why change it?
Yeah.
He's got a couple wickets on that, so it's good to stick with his strength.
Yeah. Highgate jogging through the overs. Shadows now across the ground. It's 5-6 here in the UK.
There you are. So we have Rahel on strike. Nice. Well bowled, flighted up, tempting the batsman to have a go. But Rahel lets it go.
131 for 5 here off 27. 18 overs to go. Billy asking the batsman to force something.
So they both called Billy?
So I think that Billy is the off spinner and Danny is the leg spinner.
Ah.
But the off spinner is the older one.
That's well played by Rahel for one. Cool. So now we have Muha. He is going to have a go, for sure.
What do I say?
So joining us now in commentary is Elsa. You spent the day at cricket. How'd you?
It's been okay. I've had a lot of fun though.
Yeah. So what have you been doing?
I've been playing around with some toddlers.
Okay. And did you feel safe while you were doing that?
Yeah.
Playing any cricket or just?
We played cricket.
Good. And have you had anything to eat or drink while you've been here?
I've had some water, but nothing to eat.
All right. And who's going to win, Highgate or Osterley?
I don't know.
All right. Thanks very much for joining. It's been a lovely.
Yeah.
So Billy said that Mo was going to have a hit, and he has a one bounce 4, very straight. Freddie couldn't get round. Barris, the captain, couldn't get round from long off to cut that off. What will Danny Blyton do? Leg spinners usually like batsmen who come at them. Here comes Blyton. Good length ball. And that's a huge hit. Huge hit there for Muad'Din. It's gone 30 yards over the boundary. In comes Blyton. Mo tapping it down. Okay, so joining us now in the commentary box, sporting an Amish beard for some reason, is Sachin Rawson.
How are you doing, Jay?
So, what do you see out here? Good performance, good batting performance from Highgate, and we're in a good position. What do you see?
I see a team that looks like they might win a game.
And is that an unusual side at Highgate this year?
No. I think we've played some decent cricket and been unlucky in quite a few games, so it's nice to see us be on top for once, but there's still some work to do here.
Yeah, there certainly is. Highgate have been in front today, probably from the moment they won the toss. Billy from Osterley was pointing that out. They've played good cricket, but at no point have Osterley folded. So they kept taking wickets while Highgate built a score. And they've put together some partnerships today, but certainly Highgate ahead for now. Here comes Billy Blyton. One of the things that stood out today has been Highgate's fielding. So maybe not Jake running around there, but or Ed Atkins at cover. But generally, Highgate's been a very good fielding team today. How's the fielding been in the games you played in the first team this year?
I think we've fielded okay at the start. I think what really separates a really good fielding team from your average team is a fielding team that keeps going throughout that last 5 and 10 overs. When it's a bit frantic, the batsmen start getting going, they're putting you under real pressure. That's our ball. That's a good pace, that ball from Billy. I think that's where we've struggled a little bit.
And is that a mental thing or is that a fitness thing?
I'd say it's more a fitness thing than a mental thing, actually. I think everyone intends to concentrate for the full 45 overs. We've got a lot of experienced cricketers, but I do think when it's hot as well, especially in time cricket, it can get very difficult in those, if the other team's batting 55 overs in those last 5 or 10 overs to keep going. I think it's just natural. Even the best teams really struggle towards the end, but I think limited overs, you need to make it count in the field. If you're not good in the field, especially if the game's close, that's going to be the difference between the two sides.
Good. So certainly we've felt watching today that one clear difference has been the fielding between the two teams, and Highgate are ahead. This thing about fitness, we hear professional people in all sports talking about the importance of fitness, and we're all amateur cricketers. Yeah. But I had an experience a couple of years ago.
Oh, that's enormous.
So you don't need to be fit if you can hit it flat over the pavilion. Billy from Osterley was out here before, said that Muad'Din can strike a ball, and they're fast hands.
Yeah, this looks fairly dangerous. If this boy sticks around, it's going to be a very, very exciting run chase.
Muad'Din concerned he might have damaged the ball. So I injured my calf in a friendly match and played with a runner. And the difference it made to bat without having to run singles. So, you know, if you're on 70, you're usually exhausted.
Yeah.
But if you don't have to run any runs, you're on 70, you're not exhausted. And it makes an enormous difference. And today we saw Charland get a similar score, and he was in and he could see the ball, but he couldn't hold his body shape and got out as a result. So there's Muad'Din again, 4 more to fine leg.
I think Danny should be thinking about moving a bit wider with his line here. I think this guy's arcs, he's obviously very good over mid-wicket and square leg. Let's see him hit an extra cover drive. There we go, that's a better line, I think.
So Danny Blyton maybe showing some of the wisdom of his father there, or he can hear you, Sachin, bowling that line, 6th stump line, the ball just moving away, and Muad'Din's arc the same, but the ball not in it, so it was a dot ball. Let's see. But nevertheless, a good over for Osterley, and the score now 158 for 5 of 31. 14 overs, about 120 needed. Here's Billy Blyton.
That's a brilliant shot.
And Iman slashes that through extra cover, hard for 4. Tell us what field Billy's got here. He's bowling at a left-hander. What field has he got, Sachin?
So he's protecting, as Billy does, he's protecting the straight boundaries. So your gaps are over mid-wicket. Your gaps are over mid-wicket and extra cover. Oh dear.
Sachin, everything you say immediately comes true. You talked about the importance of fielding well consistently to the end of the game, and maybe that's our first misfield today. Tired on the boundary.
Tired Josh bowled a lot of overs.
And this is nice from him, man. He's played a smoking drive through extra cover. He's hit a hard straight drive for another 4, and then just touched that very gently. If he'd hit it hard, he wouldn't have got the single. Good batting from him, man.
I'd like to see Billy's pace a little bit quicker here. I think he's just giving the batsman a little bit too much time to swing their hands here.
And the pendulum swings again. When Billy from Osterley was on commentary, really felt that Highgate were in the driving seat, but now a counter-attack well underway. We'll tuck another single, short fine leg. Ed Atkins fields. And the left-handed Iman is back on strike. So for Iman, he's got a kind of gully point and an extra cover in the ring. He's got a cover point on the boundary. It's got a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, short fine leg and a square leg. That's the end of the over. 32 overs bowled. The score's 172 for 5. 13 overs remaining. 78 balls and about 104 needed.
What I do find batting at Highgate sometimes, because it's short straight, everyone wants to protect the straight boundaries. You often get a gap at extra cover in mid-wicket that you might not normally have on bigger grounds, because everyone wants to protect straight. So that is, I think, an underutilised option, especially in a chase. The left-handers there used it really well in that over.
Yeah. So Iman is off strike, Mould is on strike. Here comes Josh Taylor back on at the North London end. Keeper up to the stumps, hits his length. So what we saw in his first spell was when he bowled off stump and just outside, he kept them quiet. Sometimes he strayed a bit onto leg, conceded runs. Of course, the game's changed now, and it's Mould at the crease who's scored quickly. Josh deceiving Mould there, who's early on the shot, that one coming off the toe of the bat and landing at a classic mid-on spot, but of course mid-on is back on the boundary. Josh at the left-handed Iman now, over the wicket. Mould 29 off 22, Iman 15 off 19. The counter-attack very much underway. Here comes Josh Taylor again, Barracktown Cricket Club.
That's excellent from Josh, that.
Yeah, well bowled, and the captain Freddie Barris at point, keeping the energy up, trying to set an example for the team. Sachin's pointed out how important it is to field well now in this last 10 to 12 overs as legs get heavy. Knocked up to mid-off for one by Iman. Mould comes back on strike. We saw in Highgate's innings, Dilshan came in and played very aggressively, hit one over the pavilion, but wasn't able to go on. Here, Mould maybe realising what Dilshan threatened in Highgate's innings as Taylor bowls. Trying too hard there, Josh Taylor, getting that one wrong. And at Highgate, no chance of stopping that.
That's a shame. I felt he slightly strayed away from what's worked for him early on in that over, which was to the right-hander, which was channel bowling, making him hit in the area we want him to hit rather than... Oh, was he...
Huge appeal and he's given. Huge appeal and he's given. So there was a noise. There was a noise. Of course, from here we cannot see. I'm not sure if Mould's unhappy with that or if he's perfectly happy with that. Team went up in unison. It looks like Mould is happy with that in any case. A really good knock, but a short knock, and Josh Taylor bowling that channel that you called for, taking the edge, and Hasnain Ali up to the stumps, holding on.
Yeah, that's a key wicket. Mould was looking very, very dangerous there.
Key wicket, solid grab from Ali. Ground fielding, outfielding, always visible. Keeping not always visible, especially when up to the stumps, but saw a few go down behind the stumps when Highgate batted, and key wicket there. Well bowled Josh Taylor and well kept Hasnain Ali.
Yeah, Josh mixing it up nicely there. I do feel that is one of his good strengths. He bowls the back of the hand slowly very well. He's got good control, and in these limited overs games, you can't keep bowling just that same ball at the same pace, or the batsmen are going to catch on. he switched it up quite well there. Occasionally, like that wide, you do risk losing your line a bit, but ultimately, it's difficult to keep bowling the same ball and expect batsmen not to react. They move around in the crease. It's a good wicket. You can trust the bounce. So I think that was an excellent bit of bowling there from Josh Taylor.
And here's Fahad back, bowling at Iman. First ball got up high and got extra bounce. Second ball, arm lower and slingier. And Iman hits that up to mid-off. Now, also, there's some captaincy here because Danny Blyton had taken a few wickets, bowled very well, and then Mould had got after him. So the decision for Barris was to keep bowling him in the belief that Blyton would force him into a mistake or change it, and he did change it, and he did get him out. Your thoughts on that?
I think at Highgate, leg spin is not the easiest to bowl, especially Danny's quite a young leg spinner. I do think he represents one of our Highgate's best wicket threats. But in limited overs game, the control of Josh Taylor, Max Lewis, etc., makes them quite more, maybe as valuable, if not more valuable, than a wrist spinner at this stage. I understand why he's made that decision. I do think Danny would have been alright. If he kept bowling, I think there's a fairly good chance he would have got his man, but I do understand why he wanted to take him out the firing line at that point. I just think with the short straight boundaries, the way he'd lined him up, I think it was a risk to keep bowling him. He can always come back later now he's gone.
Fahad just straying down the leg side there. So this is, I don't know if you played in the game at Osterley earlier in the year, but we've had a couple of them on commentary. They're mainly a young team. It seems like they've had some turnover recently. They're all, learning about each other, learning about the league. Seem like a lot of great people, actually, very passionate, and a lot of talent, and a good bunch. Did you play there early in the season, or have you come across them at all in the last year?
I didn't play there earlier this season. I have played them a couple of times before. And what I have always admired about Osterley is that I think they play a very positive style of cricket. They're very aggressive. They put you under pressure. And a lot of times it doesn't work out for them, but they've got a lot of players that you do feel on their day can really take the game away from you. And I do enjoy how they commit to their style. They don't tell their players to rein it in. I think they've won a lot of games this year that they might not have won playing conventional standard branded cricket, sort of wickets in hand, and we'll have a go at the end. If some of their top order batsmen are aggressive, they'll go from the off. If that means trying to hit your first few balls for six, often they'll commit to the shot. And it's very difficult to play against, because sometimes they get it wrong, but often you don't really know whether to stick or twist, whether to keep the field up, whether to put the field back. I think today they've probably played more, until that last partnership, I think they've played more orthodox than I've usually seen them play. I don't know if that's because they've lost a couple of early wickets.
These two running well here.
Yeah, this is good cricket from them.
So 185 for 6. 186 for 6. 10 and a half overs. 63 balls to go. 90 runs needed. Osterley very much in this game. 6 down as Taylor bowls. And this understanding here between Iman and Prasanga as they knock it and run. No hesitation. Both of the same mind. Barris makes a change as the right-hander's on strike. 5-4 offside field for Taylor as he comes into bowl at Prasanga. He's overstepped there, and they take a leg by as well. 38 extras from Osterley in the Highgate innings. It's the first no ball of the game though. Free hit, and the left-handed Imman is on strike.
Josh has bowled well, but that's really disappointing. That's basic disciplines at this point.
5-4 field for the free hit with the left hand, and he's bowled a wide. Bowled a wide, and I think that dive from Sharland is going to be caught on film. A long time ago, playing at Highgate, some 30 years ago, I remember someone being described as like a dog laying down to die. And it's good to see that spirit still strong at Highgate Cricket Club. Jake holding his glute. He actually might be hurt.
Is he hurt? I'm just going to say no, I think that's excellent from Sharland. I know he wouldn't have wanted to do that, but he's done what he had to there.
Saved a
to
couple of
stop
runs.
5 wides.
Yeah.
And it was very necessary. And now we're going to need a sub-fielder.
Yeah. Yeah, so a dive there in front of the sight screen, saving a couple of runs, but injured. So I think the sub-fielder's going to come on maybe at the end of the over. Sharland's at fine leg. It's still a free hit. I think 5 runs have already been scored off this ball. The no ball and the leg by, followed by 2 wides that were run, so 3 wides, so 5 runs, and still a free hit. So, free hit. What are you gonna? What's your plan for when you're bowling a free hit? What do you look to do? Fantastic shot from Imman. It was a back of a length ball, which is not a bad plan at a batsman when it's a free hit. But Imman was up to it.
What I liked about Imman there, the way he didn't move about too much. I see a lot of people on free hits moving around the crease. He just stayed still, saw what Josh was going to do there, and then waited for the ball and hit it really, really nicely.
So like a penalty taker waiting for the, or a striker waiting for the goalie to go down and picking his spot.
That's good cricket as well.
So as a bowler, bowling a free hit, what options or plans, what's your thinking process when you're coming into bowl?
So I think there, if I'm not mistaken, I think the batsman changed then, so I think he had the opportunity to change the field. And it's obviously difficult to say now in hindsight, but I think what I would have done is probably pat the offside, try to bowl quite a full wide ball to the left-hander there, and make him hit to that long boundary out to the offside. Imman obviously very strong through the leg side from what we've seen so far.
So that's a fantastic set of observations. So because the right-hander and the left-hander changed ends, there's an opportunity to change the field. And Sachin saying really use that opportunity to set a particularly defensive field for a certain ball.
Yeah. So this ground, it's not an easy ground to defend, but what you can do is make sure you can control their hitting areas. So if you're going to bowl wide of off stump, you get a couple of boundary riders out at cover and maybe wide long off. Because what you can't do on this ground, unfortunately, is control every corner of the ground because it's small enough that batsmen feel comfortable taking on the boundary fielders. But I think what really good bowlers have done that I've seen is they go, okay, well, I can't stop them hitting to the deep leg side boundary if I bowl straight, so I'm just going to bowl wide outside off. I'm going to pat the offside field, and if you're good enough to walk across and slap me over mid-wicket, then fair play to you, but you're going to get a wrong eventually, I'm going to get you out.
So 77 to win off 10 overs. Osterley 6 down. Faham with the ball in his hand. He and that's Faham Barami. He and Freddie Barris just making sure the field are right here. A 5-4 offside field for the left-handed Imam, and he hits it out to long off.
Iman seeing it very nicely.
He is. So fielded there by the subfielder Will Bowley. Right-handed Prasanga on strike. It's certainly Iman the danger man out of these two as of now. Bahani bowls and Prasanga flicks that behind square for 4. No sooner have we said that Iman was a danger man, that Prasanga comes to the party with a flicked 4 behind square on the leg side. Sachin talked about the late stage of the game, keeping your cool, keeping the fitness well, keeping the discipline with the ball as legs get heavy. And here comes Barami again. And that falls just short of Billy Blyton at mid-wicket.
Excellent. Excellent bowling.
Barami there bowling the line that I think Sachin you want to see as the kind of the starting line that bowl, you know, the kind of show me you can.
Yeah,
I think with power.
I think Highgate have been very straight these last few overs. I think that's a more difficult shot, going over extra cover. Well, there we go. I mean, he's just gone through there. You have to say that's good batting.
Great shot from Prasanga. Offside, perhaps a little over pitched, but batsman equal to it, and a beautiful shot. Highgate, that's the kind of shot you get full value for as it skims across the grass. The emerald colour of the ground has changed now. Those of you watching, and it's a bright green now. It's had a day of sun on it, and it's quickened up.
I tell you what, Joe, this wicket looks absolutely glorious to bat on, doesn't it?
Yeah. So if you like to push the ball along the ground, this is a great place to play cricket. And if you also don't mind launching it over the trees, that's also fun too. Definitely the wicket looks flat. The ball is 36 overs old, 37 overs old. Had sun in it all day. Still green. And I'm sure that if you bend your back and hit the seam, you can get something from it. But this game is live. Less than 70 runs needed now from 9 overs. And Osterley 6 down. But playing in that way, Sachin described, really committed to going for this win.
Yeah, it's very difficult to defend against. Let's talk bowling options. Who's got overs left here? Has Barris got overs left?
Yeah, so Max Lewis here with the ball in his hand. So Barris bowled, I think 6 overs at the start. What we'll do is we'll just get the numbers up.
So for a long time we've had a bit of a debate at Highgate, especially in the first team. Is what's more difficult to hit on this ground at the death? Is it spin or is it seam?
Okay. Maxi at the top of his mark. He's bowled all of his overs today from the Holly Park end, but now he's coming from the North London end. Tall man, he comes in and bowls, and he's bowled that line.
That's not all, dear.
Well, he's bowled that line that Sachin's been calling for.
I don't think that was a wide.
Prasanga had a swing and a miss and immediately called for the wide, and it has been given.
I think if he's going to bowl this line, I'd like to see third man. Oh, he's just put third man back. I was about to say, I don't think he can bowl this line with third man up.
Still with a 5-4 offside field.
That's fine.
would you try 6-3 with a line like this, or do you think it's too risky?
I think the Max gets natural shape away. Again, like I've said, you can't defend every corner of this ground. What you can do is, like you say, pack the offside with a 6-3 and make him do that. Make him walk across and try and hit it. It's not an easy shot.
So
if
Max,
he wants to do that, then let him.
So Max Lewis bowling, hitting his lines here, and Prasanga forced into very proactively, very positively walking across his stumps and looking it to the leg side, but getting a leading edge. They get one. Iman is now on strike. Left-hander.
Coming around the wicket.
Max Lewis around the wicket. What are the fielding restrictions in this competition?
Oh, this could be out.
Leading edge, Max Lewis under it. Caught and bowled, a huge wicket. A huge wicket, gets the leading edge. He's bowled a good length there. Iman's played a bit early, looked to work it, and leading edge gone straight up in the air.
That's excellent from Max Lewis. Often one of the most consistent bowlers this year. He's delivered for his captain once again. I think what he did there nicely, he didn't give him any room to three his arms, but he didn't bowl that line that's too straight that Imran was comfortable with.
Huge wicket. $211 for 7. 65, 64 still needed to win. 7 down now, Osterley.
Where's your money here, Joe?
Well, that's a big wicket, isn't it? And that puts Highgate very much, I think, very much favourites again.
I'd say so, yeah, at this point. Though I do think in a chase here, once you get close, your lower order batsmen really start to believe, and they can damage. They can do some damage, especially with his short boundary straight.
So this is Butt, the wicket keeper here in at number 9. Prasanga is on 13. A number of batsmen contributing for Osterley. Bilal 31 from 36, Sharman 19, Nouri 38, Hussain 19, Iman 27, Muad'Din 29, and Prasanga still at the wicket on 13, joined now by Butt, the wicketkeeper. In terms of overs remaining, Freddie Barris, the captain, has 3 left. Barami has 2 left. Max is in his 7th, so he'll have 2 after this. Josh Taylor has 2 left. And Danny and Billy Blyton both have 4 left. So a lot of options still for the captain. No one bowled out. Highgate today bowling less spin than Osterley. Osterley used 4 spinners. Damien Holiday in a Panama hat heading off. .28 overs of spin bowled by Osterley. So far only 10 overs of spin bowled by Highgate. Not sure if that's material to the result. Depends on your attack. See you, Beatrice. also had a lovely time. I'll message him. I'm going up north tomorrow, but it'd be really nice. Yeah, it'd be really nice. I'll message you. Yeah, I'll message Sammy.
It's interesting, that comparison with the spinners. I know Freddie Barris, Highgate captain, sees Josh Taylor as analogous to a finger spinner in the way he provides the control that we sometimes miss. He uses him predominantly in the middle overs to try and dry up runs, try and create some dot ball pressure.
And here he is, having changed ends now, bowling up the hill from the Holly Park end. Keeper up to the stumps. You mentioned his back of the hand slow ball. That one he seemed to bowl like an off break actually. He's up to the crease now.
It's another variation. I'd say that one, that one more of an off cutter.
Played out to long on. Josh Taylor from Barrack Cricket Club in Johannesburg. 1 over left after this, and he's in and he bowls. And that's taken from outside off stump. But leaning back, making room to power that out to long on, but just a single. If he can get it wider, there is a big gap. Ali's just making sure that long on doesn't get too straight.
Yeah, I think your gap, if you're batting now, is at cow, isn't it? That's a fairly sizable gap. The mid wickets, I wouldn't say he's in line with the stumps. I'd say he's a bit squarer than that.
Yeah.
He's just moving his long on wider now to close that gap.
Yeah. Another gap, big gap at extra, but that's harder to hit, especially when pace is off the ball. Some people natural hitters in that area, and Butt's gone. So I think Butt targeting that cow corner, ball just clipping the outside of off stump.
Yeah, that's excellent from Josh Taylor again, proving Freddie Barris right with his depth options here. Max Lewis and Josh Taylor have delivered for him here. They've been accurate and fairly straight to the tail enders.
Osterley 8 down. $217 for 8. The score. 276 to win.
Well struck that.
Talk about being hit where you want to be hit. So hit very hard along the ground, but just one. Danny Blyton at long off, building that. Max checking, moving his mid-wicket a bit squarer. New batsman at the crease.
Is he going to attack the stumps there? Ooh. Luca Holloway, sub-fielder, just come on.
Yeah, moved quickly there, so it's downhill. We've talked about the outfield, maybe not as quick as it can be in August, but still quick, and he had to move quickly to his left. Just 1 run instead of 4. Max with the ball in his hand, spinning it backwards. Turns and runs in now at Prasanga. Bowls that good line he wants to bowl, and a fantastic, fantastic effort from Fahad. Can't reach it.
I think he's looking in the right area to hit Max Lewis there. His natural shape is away. I think your best option is either that slash over point, or if you can get it over extra, that's a more difficult shot. But I would say, yeah, over point is probably the easiest boundary option here.
Full toss. And Billy Really set himself there. I think he backs himself to hit the stumps pretty often. The way he set himself there, just missed. I'm not sure that Shah was home. Prasanga back on strike. Here comes Lewis.
Oh dear, that's not a good ball. I think he went for the Yorker there, just a tad over pitched.
And another good hit. Dilshan grabs it at long on. Prasanga there, looking to repeat his hit of the ball before. Possibly wasn't quite there. When it left the bat, I thought it was going to be in the trees.
So
there is a wind coming from behind us. He was hitting into the wind, and I think that just held it up. Dilshan, one of the tallest players in the team, certainly over 6 foot, and taking that with his hands above his head, and Osterley are 9 down.
I'd probably say the best hands in the team as well. He's in the key position there, and he took that very casually. It wasn't an easy catch.
So some themes again. Osterley committing to playing aggressive cricket, committing to keep going for the win, willing to take on the fielders. They've batted very well. It's come off a lot, but sometimes it hasn't. And then for Highgate, they've had enough good fielders in the right places, and they've held all their catches. A lot they'd want to hold, and a couple of very good ones.
I think Osterley's intent with the bat's been good today. I think where they might have lost some ground is with those extras they gave away during the Highgate innings. I think Highgate more tidy with the ball, fewer wides, fewer extras, and they've been reasonably good in the field in general, especially Dilshan there.
So Max Lewis with 3 for 51 from 8. He has 1 left. This is Josh Taylor bowling from the Holly Park end. His last over. And that's launched over long on into the netting and the trees there. He's just leant back and taken that from outside off stump. Leant back to make room to swing his arms and hit that pretty well. You've bowled at Highgate. You've been hit for 6.
Plenty of time.
So how do you deal with that? It's a place where you're going to go for 6. How do you deal with that as a bowler?
I think the first thing you've got to do as a bowler is accept that with short straight boundaries, batsmen are going to take you on it, and there is a chance that occasionally they're going to get hold of it and go for 6. I think what's really important is you don't go away from your plans too much as a result of that. I think on some grounds, if you get hit for 2 straight 6s, I think what you should do is bowl a bit quicker, make sure the batsman can't quite get to the pitch of it, and if he does go for it again, there's a chance he'll hold out. I think at Highgate, there is every chance the flatter and quicker bowler, you might get hit squarer, but you're still going to get hit. I think the best bowlers... Oh, that's going down leg, I think. I think the best bowlers I've seen here, Craig Gourlay being a good example, got hit fairly often. What he did do well, he just stuck to his plans. He set his fields, like I said, he made the batsman hit him to the areas he wanted to be hit. And often he got his man. They might hit him for a couple of sixes, but if he wins the battle, it's a high-scoring ground. If he goes for 2 sixes but then gets them out, that's sometimes a price you've got to pay at this ground, I think. So for bowlers, I do think there's a level of acceptance that you might sometimes get hit for 6 at this ground. I think that's part of being able to bowl well on Highgate.
Thank you. So Josh Taylor's bowled his 9 overs now. Max Lewis is going to bowl his last over. He's in and bowls.
That's an excellent shot.
So talk us through that shot, Sachin.
So what I like there, a lot of the time you see batsmen go over the high elbow. Obviously that's not quite his style, so he's just put his full wrist through it, great bat speed. And this is what I do like about Osterley. They keep coming at you. See, they'll never, ever, ever give in. They could need 150 runs with 2 wickets left. They'll still keep coming. They are so difficult to beat for this very reason.
Shah launching that first ball from Max Lewis over extra cover into the nets there. Second ball he squirts out to point. The score 237 for 9 with 4.4 overs left. So 39 needed of 28 balls and 1 wicket needed for Highgate. Singh is on strike.
Hit him.
Oh!
Would have been close, that.
Lewis gathering and turning like Flintoff and shying at the stumps. But Shah back on strike.
As we've seen, Shah has that shot over extra cover. He's put in a deep extra cover bat. You've got a deep cover, a deep extra cover, and a long off. So plenty of gaps on the leg side if he wants them. He's gone for it. Well fielded by Billy Blyton.
And a good job by Max keeping Shah just to 1. I think he'll be happy to bowl at Singh here. Can they stop Singh getting off strike? 2 balls left in the over.
That's a good length. It's a good length.
So now 1 ball to come. Will they look to give Singh a single? Sachin, what would you do here? You happy to give a single, or are you just going to stop everyone you can?
No, obviously, if he pushes and goes, you have to try and stop one. With a game this close, I don't think you can afford to be giving runs away, but I think just go full and straight again. There we go. Oh, that's an excellent catch.
Brilliant catch.
That's a brilliant catch.
So Barami, formerly of Osterley Cricket Club,
could be a bit controversial.
taking a brilliant diving catch at cover, and they're just checking it. The 2 umpires just want to talk about it. It dove forward. Obviously, we're on the boundary. We don't have a super clear view. My impression was it carried.
It looked like a clean catch in real time.
The umpires closer than us, they want to talk about it, which is a good idea. They want to make sure whatever decision they reach, they want to make sure they're both happy with it. Batsman's entitled to stand his ground.
Yes, I was just about to say, I do not blame the batsman for standing there at all. I'd be standing there if I was batting.
Game on the line here. It was one of those catches. It may have been on the live stream. If it wasn't, Barami at cover, dove forward, 2 hands cupped in front of him, is in the air, reached low, scooped the ball up. Live to Sachin and I, it looked like a clean catch, but certainly one of those where it was close, and the umpires judge that it was not taken cleanly or not to their satisfaction. they're certainly closer than us and entitled to make that decision. I think also one thing I've learned is that sometimes you see what you want to see, and you know, I wanted to see it carry, and that was my impression.
It was a great attempt as well. You wanted to see that taken. I do think he did catch that, but I can understand why the batsmen have stood there, and I can understand why the umpires haven't given it out.
Very good, and as you say, also important, a fantastic effort. So some great cricket actually, and
he's got a chance with the ball now to take the last wicket anyway.
Yeah. So drama there. Osterley 9 down, needing 36 runs, 37 runs to win, 36 runs to win, 9 down, and ball hit in the air to cover, where Fahad Barami, formerly of Osterley, dove forward, completed the catch. Highgate celebrated. Not clear whether it was a clean catch or was on the half volley. Very, very difficult to tell from the boundary. The batsman decided to stand his ground as he's entitled to. The umpires weren't rushed, took their time, and made the decision not out. And now here comes Barami with a chance, as you say, Sachin, to take the wicket. Again, having had the catch ruled not out. And again, brilliant fielding there.
That's the sub fielder, Luca Holloway. That's excellent. He wouldn't have been expected to do any fielding in this game.
Luca Holloway on for the injured Jake Sharland. Sachin telling us the importance of keeping that good fielding going right to the end. We saw a brilliant effort, not given out in the end by Barami as one example. Another excellent diving stop there from Luca Holloway. And Osterley battling away here to get this win. Singh on strike, the left arm spinner on strike, number 11. And clever bowling.
Excellent variation, that. Excellent.
Barami, the quickest bowler in the game today. Genuinely able to give batsmen a hurry up, and bowling a slower ball at the number 11, who was not ready for that at all. Here he comes again, ball in his hand. So following up a wide slower ball with a quicker Yorker. Singh good enough to keep it out, but not good enough to beat Callum Fraser at mid-wicket, who, as we've seen with Highgate, is keeping that energy going, keeping the accuracy with the fielding going. Barami going for the Yorker again. It's off the pads down to fine leg. The danger man Shah on strike. So, I ask you often how you think as a bowler, but you're a wonderful batsman. So you're Shah here. You're facing the opening bowler. You're a different kind of batsman to Shah, but what do you think he's thinking about as Barami comes in?
I think he's looking at that cow corner gap as well here.
I think he's thinking about hitting it over Longhorn's head. So here's a bowler, Shah, who is a powerful striker of the ball, who's played some wonderful shots. He's hitting a drive over extra cover. He's hitting a back foot drive over long on. You feel he wants the ball in his arc, and there, Barami able to just bowl back of a length outside off stump, outside of his arc.
It's another slow ball. This has been an excellent over so far from Barami.
Yeah. They talk about high skill under pressure, and really good.
That was excellent, that over. Never let the batsman get set. Obviously, we've seen Shah get an excellent base. He kept mixing it up, kept giving him different questions to answer, and Highgate would have been happy with that over. Not too many runs off it.
Okay, the score is 242 of 42 overs. 3 overs, 18 balls to go. 34 needed of 3 overs. Phil Foden has the ball. Freddie Barris has the ball in his hand at his mark. We talked about the shadows moving across the ground. Now it's all in shadow except a few streaks of sunlight through the trees. Here comes the captain, Freddie Barris, bowling at Shah. He hits a good length.
Oh, here we go.
It's in the air. and it's dropped. It was tough, but it's dropped. Danny Blyton running in from long off, had to run into his left, make up a lot of ground. He got two hands to it at full extension. Wasn't able to keep hold of it. Well bowled by Freddie. Not sure the length he wanted.
That's good again. Freddie Burris, in contrast to Max Lewis, Fred's natural shape is in. So if you're batting now, you'd want to be going to the leg side boundary if you can.
So it's tense. Simon Rawson, former club chairman, has got out of his seat and is pacing. That's how tense it is here at Shepherd's Cot. It's a player miss, and a reminder for everyone watching around the world, this is a must-win game for Highgate Cricket Club in the relegation zone, 11 points from safety. We've heard Wembley have won today at Acton. Wembley in 8th place. Here comes Freddie Barris again, the captain, bowling at number 11, Singh of Osterley. Freddie bends his back and beats the bat outside off stump. Frustration for Singh. You can see he really wants to get hold of it. Committed, wanting to win the game for Osterley.
I do think Singh's tactics have been wrong here. Shah is seeing it really well. What he should be doing is getting outside off, getting across. There's a big gap. Just knock one into the leg side and getting back on strike.
Barris goes full, and that's extra cover, and it's 4 runs. But still, that's 4 runs off 4 balls. You can see the relaxation in Singh's shoulders. He, very keen to help his team win today. Here comes Barris again.
Go back to the stumps, I think. No room. No room. Just look at his natural shape. He's backing away. He obviously wants width outside the off stump. Get it in tight at his pads. Let's see if he's got any shots over the leg side. Change of fielder.
So it looks like Barris is not going to bowl the line you're calling for, Sachin. He's reinforced the offside, brought in a field on the leg side. And to be fair to the captain, Singh does knock the ball straight to that fielder, Billy Blyton, and it's a dot ball. So
they need 12 ball, 29 runs.
Just 6 runs from that over.
12.
Wait, oh yeah.
12 balls, 18 needed from 12. We've been joined in the commentary area by Mayoud. You're going to tell us about your batting. We saw you hit the ball flat over the pavilion. Tell us about that.
Well, it was a free hit, so obviously I had to go for it, and it was literally in the arc, so I literally swung as hard as I could.
Okay.
Yeah.
So actually, so it's Iman. Apologies. So
yes.
Well batted.
Thank you very much.
And it was an important time. It was a rebuilding time. How did you find the conditions, and what were you trying to do while you were out there?
Well, at the start, I mean, we didn't really need to go for it, so I was just knocking around the ball for singles, and then obviously a couple of wickets fell, so I lost my partners, and then obviously I had to be really careful for getting out, because I mean, I was like one of the main guys to be there with them, and then I mean, it didn't work out towards the end because I got out, unfortunately, and the pitch was...
It's a big wicket.
Yeah, I mean, the pitch was sticky. He bowled a slow ball, and edged it, and it went top up.
Right, so you got a leading edge. Yeah. The ball just held up, or did he hold the ball back as well?
Yeah, I think, because he bowled it to the leg side, and he literally rolled his fingers over it, and then,
Now, we saw there Shah...
Yep.
Run the ball down to third man and send Singh back, and then next we'll take the single. Do you think that Shah should be trying to monopolise the strike, or do you think they should take all the runs they can get whenever they come?
Yeah, I think right now, I think we need Shah on the strike because he's a big hitter and he's got a really good background history of his batting. I mean, back then he used to be a really strong big hitter. but now he's 41 years old. He's still got the power, as you could see before he smashed 1-6 over long onto the trees. That was a big one.
Yeah, he paid a back foot drive for 6 over long on, which is an extraordinary shot, and he also launched a drive over extra cover for 6, which also, both those shots, not everyone has power to play those shots, so he does have power. Now here's Bahrami, ex-Osterley.
Yep.
Trying to win the game here for Highgate, bowling at Shah.
Yep, he is.
Here he comes.
Oh, that was a sharp bouncer there.
Yeah, so determined not to let Shah swing his arms, use his power.
Yeah.
It's a good ball actually, up at the throat.
Yeah.
And
this pitch is quite slow, so his pace is not as quick as what we were thinking of, like how because he normally bowls like 135 clicks, but on this pitch it's not that quick because the pitch is holding up.
Yeah. Now, did you see the contested catch? Bahrami took the catch diving at cover. Batsman stood his ground. Did you have a good view of that?
Well, I mean, the umpire had to make the decision because it was 50-50, because obviously the fielders, they would go for it, they would be like, yes, it's out, because they obviously want to win the game and they want to stay in this division. And whereas the batsmen, they were unsure because they were like, I mean, I could see Singh, he was walking off, and then their teammates from the dugout, they were cheering and they were saying that stay there because it's not out.
Yeah, we thought exactly the same. So we thought it was a fantastic effort. By the way, 25 needed off this last over.
Okay.
And that's a dot. We thought it was a fantastic effort by Bahrami. But the batsman was entitled to stand his ground. Umpires in a better position than us to make the call, and they did.
Yes, they did.
So a dot ball.
5 ball, 25 needed, 5 sixes over here. I mean, you never know. Cricket is a really funny game.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Embarrassing. Back of a length, top edge. Brilliant effort.
Okay, that might be a 6. Okay, that's
4
a 4
runs.
So 4 sixes here, or 3 sixes and a 4.
21 off 4.
You never know. He's gonna swing as hard as he can.
Come and say hello. Embarrassing. This game looks like it's Highgate's here. 21 needed off 4 from Osterley. Still fighting. And hit hard out to mid-wicket. Once again, so many times, Billy Blyton fielding. Just 1 run. So 20 runs needed from 3 balls.
I think I'll give it to Highgate because you never know. I mean, it's
very difficult from here.
Very I don't think Jinder will
sing outside off stump.
And
Freddie takes the wicket.
Yep.
That's a really good game. Very well played by Osterley. I think Highgate, with the advantage of batting first, able to set a score just to put that bit of pressure.
They had a really good total and they restricted Osterley to a good score.
530 runs in the day. I think 16 wickets. A good game of cricket. And thanks. Raheel.
Yes, Raheel Iman.
Raheel Iman, for a good game from you and a good game from Osterley. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're hoping to get Virat Kohli, Freddie Barras, as he comes off the field for a reaction. We might even get Andrew Newton to say a word. So Freddie Barras taking his team off for a team talk there. They really needed that win. It's been a hard season so far. Still in the relegation zone, but they'll be really pleased to put together today a comprehensive performance. So a team batting performance built around Jake Sharland's innings, but everyone contributing through the day to set 275 runs, a target of 276 for Osterley, which they've been very happy about. And then a team bowling performance, 3 wickets for Max Lewis, wickets shared around all the bowlers, and some excellent fielding and a lot of catches taken. So well played to Highgate and Freddie Barris's men, and also well played to Osterley, committed to going for the win, aggressive cricket, very positive, made for a lot of entertainment.
So it wasn't me?
No, your one's fixed. Behind the sweet machines in the clubhouse. 20 odd.
That was?
Too
slow. What about Milo?
He's been looking like doing that. He's decided, oh, I'm not batting well, so I'm going to be selfish. Work out again. Yeah. That's why I've been really not wanting to pick in the NBL. No, it's not bad anyway.
The barbecue gimmick as well. Gilly was like 31 or 35 back enough.
I mean, I love Gilly. There's only a certain amount of times he can be barbecued. You could help me put this away.
Fuck off does all of that get in there.
Oh no, not the white. The white goes in that bag.
Who's going to go singing for the white?
No fucking clue.
There's no bar to all legs there.
Will's gone as well.
All legs, yeah. 45 overs to spin.
I don't need a coke.
Who got 10?
2 not out, off almost.
Dylan.
Me and Jones are
I'll make sure. I got my first 3 balls today. I got 3 singles all in front of the score.
Interesting. You know, it's interesting. It's
Then I hit an off drive for 2. Then my next ball, done non-strikes then for an over. They have this slow guy, Owen, called Goblins.
Oh, I like it. I mean, not as a person, but I think he's a gutsy good cricketer. He's a cunt. He's a gutsy.
He's so slow.
I'm a big fan of the
Gave me a half volley on my pad, and I've seen it so early and think, yes. And I've got played it so early as this top wicket.
He's a gutsy cricketer. I'm a big fan of him. His brother's better. His brother's a fat.
Highgate are going to be so happy.
Oh, I've been bitter. I've literally had my socks off for 10 minutes and I've been bitter. Oh.
Looking forward to tomorrow? What? What are you looking forward to?
Norwich going to back.
What, tomorrow?
Where should he risk back? Exactly. St. Alan thing. You know he's in St. Albans at 5 AM. He's not stopped drinking. He's going out for the sea. He's desperate. Absolutely. Right, what do you want to say?
We're leaving on the end of the course.